everybody, what is going on? It's your boy Andrew Esquire, who's going to zoom in here on the camera a little because we're going to get intimate today. Of course, you're here with the Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. It's good to see everybody piling in here tonight. I'm going to send the bat signal out on the YouTubes. Well, I already sent it actually out on YouTube, but I'm going to send it out here on Twitter as well. Just because I'm just in a good mood tonight and I want everybody to be coming to join us tonight because it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And I've been waiting to do really a stream that's reviewing the meetings as they happen. So right now we have a CFTOD meeting, right? We have a district meeting that is going to be happening live tonight, whether it's tonight here in Thailand, but it's morning over there in Florida, in the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District in Orlando. So we're going to be watching that. We're also going to be dealing with, and I'll address perhaps, towards the middle of the meeting or at the end of the meeting, I'll be addressing the response of Disney, because Disney's response was absolutely ridiculous. So we'll be going over all that tonight here on the Legal Mindset. So let me, without further ado, and I will show you guys later what we're going to be going over the actual CFTOD YouTube channel, but we'll be getting into that soon. So, but it's thank you for everybody for joining here today. I'm just checking here. We got Rumble up, we have Locals up. Everything seems to be working very well, and I'm doing well. Thank you very much over there for all those asking how I'm doing. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate it all on Locals and on Rumble and all of my platforms. Thank you guys. So yeah, just had to do this one because as somebody says here, the rat signal has gone out. The rat signal has gone up. So it's time. It's time to do it. Let me just stream this here. So let me actually go ahead and share screen with you guys so you guys see what I'm seeing here. So we got here a Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. You got their kind of marquee for their meeting, which is going to happen very, very shortly. It's supposed to happen at 9:30. We're at 9:31. So whenever they start, we'll be ready to key in here and watch them live. The funny thing is that this will be the most viewers that anybody gets of their YouTube streams. But the funny thing is that like we'll get it on our channel. So us watching their YouTube channel will be the most views they get on the stream. So just for that, smash the like button for setting records for people watching government meetings. And just so you guys know, this is live. We are absolutely live. It's good to see all of you guys today. Luis Cueva starting us off, warming us up with a $2 super chat saying, my favorite short streamer. It's good to see you. Yeah. Today may not be as short. I just have to warn you, I don't control how long the meetings go. Now, if it starts to go into topics that are unrelated, actually, we'll look at the agenda here for this board meeting. Actually, I'll pull up the board packet because unlike RCID, the CFTOD actually puts out its full agenda ahead of time. Isn't that nice? Isn't that great? So what we have today, and they're still kind of scrolling here. So let me stop sharing this one real quick. They're going to start there in a second. But what we're going to end up looking at is we're going to end up looking at this meeting here. So I'm going to show you the agenda. Here's the agenda. So we've got the call to order. We've got an invocation. So someone's going to pray, the Pledge of Allegiance. They talk about safety, then public comment. This should be interesting because we're going to get all the Disney shills, all the crazies, all the Karens. They're going to come out during public comment. Then we've got the consent agenda that's really approving the minutes. You've got the manager who's going to give his report, which actually should be interesting because they reported them to the IRS. Yes, Disney has already been reported to the IRS. We're going to talk about that tonight. And then we're going to talk about the report. So this report is going to come up as 8.2. So this is going to be a very spicy one tonight. And I am here to watch it all with you guys and give you commentary from the only person on all of YouTube who's been to government meetings, to special district meetings in Florida and can break it down to you live and convert it over into plain English. And that is me, Andrew Esquire, The Legal Mindset. Whiskey 77 says, a local, loving the rat sinking. Keep it up. I ain't stopping. Can't stop, won't stop, because I know O-Town better than anybody else there on YouTube. At least in terms of property, special districts, the law, I got it. It's on lock. So let's stop. We got the agenda down. We know we're going to hear some spicy stuff tonight. So let's just pop on over and hear it live. Let's do it live here with the district meeting. And it should load here in 1 second, and we should be ready to go. So we got the meeting agenda popped up here, and they should be starting in just a second. Can you guys hear the background noise? Can you guys hear the paper shuffling? Is the audio sound all right there? I'm going to be quiet for a second so you guys can hear it. You cannot hear the audio? It's very faint. It's very faint. You got to pay attention to hear it. Volume. Well, I think the volume on this is all the way up. They're not saying anything right now. Right? They're not saying anything right now. Yeah, there's not much going down. Just very background talking. Hear the little chatter in the background. Right? Slight noise. Very slight. Should not be very high. But the levels on that I've got, let me just check. I'm pretty sure I've got that turned up as loud as it's going to go. So on the mixer, let's see, Google Chrome, let's turn that up. I think I've got that as loud as it's going to go. You hear it's like coughing. They probably have what I have. Now you hear it, Trina? Now you hear it? We'll talk about the criminal accusations, but John Jackson said, what criminal accusations? Watch my video. There are a ton of criminal accusations.
Let's call the meeting to order. Sorry about the delay. I was waiting on.
You just have to know how to read it.
Welcome to everybody.
You just have to know how to read it.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for your interest in the work of this board. And thank you for your interest in the work of the district. We'll start with the opening invocation. Mr. Gilzine.
Speaking to the mic. Can everybody hear us? Okay, because
here we go.
If I don't speak into the mic.
Volume is a little low.
Good morning, everyone. At this time, I would like to introduce Pastor Jamie Stewart, the lead pastor of the Life Church Florida in Kissimmee. Pastor Stewart has served in leadership for over 25 years.
Can you hear him all right now?
And is an adjunct professor at the Trinity Bible College. He and his wife, Michelle, have been married for 34 years.
Okay, we're going to do an invocation here, guys. Don't be scared of the Jesus they're going to interject. This is normal. Most governments have an invocation, and they allow different people of different faiths up here. So a lot of different Christian denominations. They have usually imams, Jews up there. They got everybody giving invocations.
It's an important meeting today. And I would like to just start with a few words of greeting. If it wasn't for the work of this
volume's good,
I
awesome.
Be here today.
I'll lower myself down a bit.
From Toronto, Canada, and we would vacation down here and fell in love with Central Florida, and we're just thankful for that. I don't intend on talking for very long, but about 6 weeks ago, I was diagnosed with Bell's palsy on the left side of my face.
I've reduced myself to 70%.
So I haven't really been preaching much. And when you get a pastor microphone that hasn't been preaching very long, chances are. So I was said to my wife, when do you think my rugged good looks will come back after this Bell's palsy? And she said, well, the bar was set kind of low, so it should be back to normal soon. Married 34 years. Interesting. She said it's been the happiest 20 years of her life. But have you ever received a Christmas gift that you just didn't know if you'd ever use it and where you'd put it? Maybe it ended up, you thought, I got a good place for this, in the shelf in the garage or something. American Express did a survey, and they came up with a list of the worst holiday gifts ever. And I won't take time for guesses, but the number one worst gift ever given at Christmas was fruitcake. And another.
So don't be a fruitcake.
It even finished higher in the rankings than no gift at all. And the conclusion is that maybe at the end of the meeting, if you see a refreshment table and there's fruitcake on it, you'll know that it's regifted here at the meeting. Paul said in 1 Corinthians 9, verse 15, thanks be to God for his indescribable gift. Christmas is a time we're all running. Maybe you're heading out today after the meeting and you're going to do some shopping. You got to get the perfect gift. But Paul described Christmas thanking God for the indescribable gift, the best gift ever given. It's not wrapped in beautiful paper and surrounded by a frilly bow or ribbon, but it was wrapped in swaddling clothes and laid in a manger. He couldn't even come up with words to describe how amazing it was. People have tried to use poetry, song, prose.
Get your popcorn, guys.
Not too long ago.
So we're doing an invocation here first. This is normal for government meetings. It happens at most government meetings. So this is not abnormal.
Honor that beautiful work of music, which was written to honor this indescribable
Very funny, Don.
gift. Vox Oratorio. It's the time of year carols are played everywhere. Joy to the world.
And I'm going to try to be respectful for the invocation. There's not much commentary that needs to be given.
God's indescribable gift. There's a guy named Steve May who's a teacher of preachers, and he described the narrative. And here's the words he wrote, and then I'm going to pray quickly. A young unmarried girl about to give birth to a child who is destined to lead his people. A man so in love with his betrothed and so confident in God's faithfulness that he defies social customs and marries her anyway. A band of mystics spends years following a star they believe will lead them to a new king. A greedy, insecure ruler commits murderous atrocities in a village in order to protect his throne. A gang of teenage boys working the night shift watching sheep witness an extraterrestrial worship service. And a little baby born in a stable who would change the course of history. You know, those kind of thoughts take the sizzle out of the miracle on 34th Street. It makes you wonder how a show about Rudolph or Frosty the Snowman could hold.
Sorry, what I said is this is a pastor giving an invocation for the people who ask, who is this?
Thanks.
We'll get to district business shortly.
Let me pray. Why don't we pray together? Heavenly Father, we begin this meeting by acknowledging you, your presence, and your goodness. Thank you for your indescribable gift. I thank you for everyone gathered here this morning. It's incredible to realize that you know each and every one of us by name. And beyond that, you have an amazing plan and purpose for each of our lives. And we acknowledge that we are dependent on you and we trust in you completely. We ask that you would come and inspire our hearts today in the decisions that have to be made. Come and fill our lives with your love. Fill our conversations with your grace, and fill this meeting with your presence. We ask for your guidance, your wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting today. I pray specifically for the members of the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. I pray that you would help them and give them insight in order to engage in meaningful discussion that will impact people in our community. Allow the decisions made today to fill people with peace, with love, with joy and encouragement, because with all that's happening in this world these days, Father, we are desperately in need of those things. And we ask all of this in your strong and mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor, for your blessings. And now let's honor this great nation by saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, so I'll stay quiet for the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, this is also something I respect as well. So,
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, there we go. We got the pledge. We got the invocation done. Invocation, like I said, is pretty normal.
Safety procedures. Thank
you. They're going to talk about safety. I'm going to mute them while we talk about safety procedures. Actually, I'll just mute them real quick. So they're talking about safety procedures. I'm going to take this headphone off so I don't hear it. But real quick, they're talking about like how to enter and exit the building. But what we're getting into, there's 400 of you right now in this chat. We are watching a live CFTOD meeting. This is right after the bombshell audit of that dropped from the CFTOD. They're going to be talking about the audit at this meeting. There's going to be public comment coming up. There's going to be comments from management coming up. There's going to be people talking about what's going on with this, reporting them to the IRS. There's going to be a lot of stuff happening, and that's going to be on this meeting today. Like I said before, invocation Pledge of Allegiance is our fairly standard. This happen on a lot of government meetings. I know because I went to them and I saw many different invocations, many different people there. Not Pope Ricada. Not Pope Ricada.
Next, public comments. Let me just advise everybody.
Here we go for public
that
comment.
This is a special meeting. Our rules call for public comments only at regular meetings. But in the spirit of transparency, we're always going to have public comments.
There we go.
And I think we have a record number today, and we're
A
going to
record number of people.
So let's start.
This is going to be good,
with,
guys.
Bridget Lake.
This is going to be so
For
good.
the record, state your name.
This is going to be
If
so
you're here in a
good, guys.
representative capacity, please tell us who you represent.
Oh my God. Oh, Bridget.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me
She
come
looks
today
serious.
and speak on this. I am Bridget
I'm worried
Lake.
about those eyes.
I am the Orlando board chair for the Florida Association of Veteran-Owned Businesses.
Okay.
I accepted this role as a voluntary position because I have over 10 years experience helping small businesses. And I knew as a veteran myself, I needed to be a part of this organization. Now, there are a lot of messages, obviously, that you are going to be hearing today. But I came to share about who I am because of the service I gave to my country.
Okay, that's cool.
Failure is not an option. You make it happen or you die trying. That is not a concept in the military. That's reality.
This is
for
public
many
comment.
of us.
By the way, it says public comment. Anybody can comment
How
if they
many
come to
people
this
do you
meeting.
know today
Anybody.
that will lay down their life for millions of people they don't know?
A lot of people would. I know
We
a lot
served
of people
for
would do that,
all of you in this room.
actually.
We all have given potentially the ultimate sacrifice. We set aside religious beliefs. We set aside politics. We set aside ethnicities.
What's her point here, though? Like, what is she getting at? That's what I want to know.
In the military, we are comrades. We are brothers. We are sisters. So what I would like to say today is that when you hire a business
Okay.
with that kind of leadership, you can't fail.
Okay, so she's saying hire veterans.
Bring in veterans who understand how to serve, and you are bringing the best of the best to this district. Thank you very much.
Okay. Why is she so mad about it
Ms.
though?
Lake,
Like,
thank you very much for
it
your
comes off
comments.
as
Thank you for
mad,
your
but
service.
I'm not against
You
hiring
certainly
veterans. Hire
sound like
veterans,
someone
but
I
like
want in my foxhole.
she's very intense about
Thank you.
that. Like,
And of course, you know,
very
from
intense.
your experience, Mr. Gilzine has implemented a policy here for veterans, particularly to have opportunities to serve and to work with our district. I presume that's the reason you're here. Yes. Well,
It's okay.
thank you
So
for your
she's
comments.
happy about it, and that's how
next,
she acts when she's happy
Rose
about
Kemp.
something.
Please state your name for the record, and if you're
Awesome.
here in a representative
Shout out to
capacity,
Darren in
please tell us who you
Cebu,
represent.
Philippines. 200 Watt Studio said she gave me that failure is not an option speech to me in bed last night.
Hello, you hear me? Hi, good
Oh, here
morning.
we
My
go.
name is Rose Kemp. I'm a realtor of 23 years here in Central Florida, including this district. And I'm
She's got good hair. I
also
like her hair.
president-elect for the Orlando Regional Realtor Association for 2023. So I'm here to talk about obtainable housing. There's some key factors that impact obtainable housing. So I'm going to kind of try to go through a couple of the bullet points. 'cause
Okay.
There's a lot, actually.
Affordable housing. Okay.
Only 1 in 4 homes during the second quarter of 2022 were
It's-
considered obtainable. Prices are up 200%, and they've increased 200% between January of 2012.
The
January
CFTOD
of
can't do much
2023.
about affordable housing.
The
There's not much
complex
place to
interactions
develop
within the community tied to housing
in-
also pose a myriad of threats
inside
to
of
regional
the
competitiveness
CFTOD.
and quality of life.
So
An example is cost of living increases. So
I don't know what she's asking for here.
a lot of your district
This is a big
members
problem
here,
with
your
public
community
comment.
members,
They don't say
cannot
what
enjoy
they
a lower
want up
cost of
front.
living index.
Say what you
There's
want
also
up
rising
front.
house costs. There's surging home prices happening. We have a limited housing supply. We have a lot of investor activity that's buying up a lot of these properties, and it's making it very hard to compete with them because of the demand
Okay.
and the competitiveness in pricing. You also have a lot of short-term rentals in the area. So a lot of platforms like Airbnb are taking up a portion of the housing stock, inflating rental costs, and limiting long-term options.
What do you think about Airbnb?
Stagnant wages. Couple of examples: income growth falling to match housing cost increases. There's a minimum wage insufficiency.
Okay.
The economic trend is inflation. We have rising interest rates.
Thank you, Biden. Thank you, Biden.
Obtainable housing, the number of available obtainable housing units has remained stagnant in recent months.
She should be at the Orlando meeting or the Orange
the
County
pace
meeting.
of the
Why
rising
is she at the
demand.
CFTOD?
So this is particularly concerning with first-time home buyers
Okay.
whose options are already limited.
Nobody lives in the CFTOD.
I'm going to give you an example. A customer may come to me to come and buy in this district because they live here.
They can't buy
because they work here.
Woman,
And
nobody
unfortunately,
lives in the
they
district.
can't find something. There's
Because
just
there's
no
no
housing for them.
houses.
So
There's zero
I have
houses
to
there.
sell them a home in another area, or they need to rent,
They can't
which
come.
then they have to
There's
commute.
no
They have long
houses in the
commutes.
district for
There's
sale.
no child care available for
No
them in the
shit.
area, making their quality of life very difficult for their
Because Disney
families.
didn't build it.
So
What are we
in
talking about here?
closing,
In
this is
closing,
not just an issue for hospitality workers, it's an issue for the entire district. We need collective action from businesses, policymakers, and residents to support local
What
initiatives
residents?
and advocate for
no
policies
real residents.
incentivizing obtainable housing developments.
How are we doing
Remember
that?
that obtainability, it's not just about price. It's about obtainable access, opportunity, and building a sustainable future for this district residents.
I don't get this. You guys see what I had to deal
Ms.
with?
Kemp, thank you very much.
See
for
what
your
I had to
comments
deal with
and,
at
for
meetings?
that data.
This
I
is just
assume you
inane.
know that
What?
Our
What do
district
you want?
is 39 square miles, 25,000 acres, and we have virtually no housing in
Zero.
the district.
You have
for
zero.
employees. I assume you know that. And you talk about the inflation and the pricing of houses, and you're familiar with the supply, the demand dynamics.
Melody
And so
says, thank you for
one of the
entertaining me
things that
during
this
work.
Board will evaluate.
Economath
is the
says, I
need
think she's
and
just
the
here for
ability to bring
publicity
housing to the
for her
district.
thing.
And of course,
I
with that,
absolutely
you
agree.
increase
She's just
supply,
here for
and when you
self-promotion.
increase
I don't
supply, the
I don't get
prices
it.
are likely to decline.
Ken and Hotep
And
says,
so,
salute.
I want
Salute
you to
to
know
you,
that
brother.
we're very sensitive to your comments.
Darren Bennett says,
And
thank
this
you,
is
Andrew,
something
Legal
the board
Mindset, for
is gonna
covering
work
this so
diligently
much.
and
Appreciated.
hopefully make
Of
some
course,
changes.
drinking a bit here and enjoying the warm weather. Hey, cheers. I'm
I
enjoying the warm
appreciate
weather
that
here.
on behalf of
in
realtors, but also
Thailand.
on behalf of our residents and our community. Thank
There's
you.
no
Yes, ma'am.
residents.
Thank you.
There's no residents.
Next, Bishop
Stop.
Calvin Cabarrus. Bishop, please state your name for the record.
Okay, we got a
Tell us
bishop
if you're
here.
here in a representative capacity.
We got a bishop.
Good morning. I am Kelvin Cabarrus, and I am
He's too
representing
tall for the camera.
Cabarrus Ministries
Oh, they're
along with
adjusting
our
up.
community of clergy that make up here our African-American constituent clergies here in Central Florida. I want to first say before I speak, I'm glad to be before this committee and this board again. I came on the first meeting as the person who offered the invocation.
Oh, he
And
did an
now I'm back to
invocation.
speak to this robust committee to
Oh, he
address you
seems like a
today.
nice
I want
guy.
to thank you for all the work that you're doing to make a difference. And I want to give a special recognition to Glenn Gazine for his work and his investment that he
Brothers
is making
acknowledging
through
brothers.
his
I'm here
leadership
for it. I'm
that
here
we
for
see
it.
the impacts of around this community. So thank you all.
I'm here for it.
This morning, I rise as a native of Orange County, Florida, and there are many in this room that cannot witness that. But I'm a person who was born and reared here in Orlando, Florida, and watched this particular city, a town at once, turn into the city or the place that it is today. Even looking at the growth of our economy and our city, as a native, I've had an opportunity, and as a pastor, to work hand in hand and stand shoulder to
Okay,
shoulder,
guys, my audio is
specifically
at
with the
40%
impact
now.
and impression made upon
Now at
our young
40%.
people, which are not just our future, but they're even important today. And with that being said, what I rose to speak about is impact fees. Impact fees are a powerful tool for shaping a brighter future for our communities. And by investing these funds in youth-oriented services, we're not just supporting the next generation. We're laying the groundwork for a sustainable workforce and safer neighborhoods. These services provide our youth with invaluable skills and opportunities, empowering them to become active, contributing members of society. This investment in human capital pays dividends. A skilled, engaged workforce is the backbone of a thriving economy. Moreover, by creating safe, nurturing environments for our young people, we're fostering a sense of security and community cohesion. This is more than an investment in services. It is an investment in our collective future. Every dollar we channel toward these initiatives returns to us manifold in the form of a robust, skilled workforce and a vibrant, secure community.
Manifold is a good
Let's embrace impact fees as a stepping stone toward a sustainable and prosperous future
it's
for
the
all.
impact fees. Disney
I was telling
won
my
the
team
Let's
just
go.
the other day in our team meeting
Go.
that the sign of a mature community, a sign of
Impact
a
fees,
mature
baby.
organization is cooperation.
We're
Thank
doing
you.
it. Everybody pays
Bishop,
impact
thank you
fees
for your
except for
comments.
Disney.
And
It's
when
time,
I saw your
baby.
name on the
Thank you.
card,
$5 from
remembering
Leprechaun
the
Gold.
invocation you
Appreciate
gave
it.
earlier,
Appreciate
I
the
was
super
hoping you'd give
sticker.
us another
The
beautiful
Shiva
invocation
super
here.
sticker. Appreciate you very
And,
much. Leprechaun Gold.
in terms of your comments about youth services, I assume that you're aware of the programs that Mr. Gilzine has implemented at the district that are brand new for the youth. And let me just alert you in terms
Millions
of
of
dollars
dollars Disney owes.
you're going to hear more
or would have
from
owed
some
in
of
impact.
the experts
Millions.
who put an audit together about that. Okay, but thank you for your comments,
Cheers,
Bishop.
Maria. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad you're sober.
And
So
next,
cheers for that.
Lisa
Or
Hill.
cheers with water.
Again, Miss Hill, state your name for the record, and if you're here in a representative capacity, please tell us who you
We're
represent.
sober in Disney. Sober in Disney.
Good morning. I am Lisa Hill. I
Ooh.
am the 2023 president of the Orlando Regional Realtor Association.
Okay, realtors.
And I'm also a business owner and realtor in the Orlando area for
Is this like
37
Realtor
years.
Promotion Day?
I was born and raised in Orlando, so I'm also a native. I'm here to speak today about our transportation crisis. While Orlando is globally renowned for its theme parks, entertainment, and
for impact
hospitality,
fees.
there exists a growing crisis with its transportation infrastructure.
Is it on the agenda?
The struggle for reliable and effective
It must be the impact fees.
transportation is particularly acute to the low-wage workers who form the backbone and the tourism industry in Orlando. Today, we delve into the transportation challenges faced by these essential workers, exploring the far-reaching implications of underfunded and inadequate public transportation. For example, the commute times in key areas where these workers must live, Pine Hills, Poinciana, Winter Garden, Kissimmee, can range anywhere by bus from 1.5 to 3 hours. If you look at the Lynx transportation system, we have 310 buses to cover 2,500
This
square
is
miles.
Orlando's fault.
Whereas
Or
a
Orange
city the
County.
size of Pittsburgh, which is very similar to
The
our
CFTOD
area,
has nothing to do
they
with
have
this.
700 buses for
Okay?
745
clear.
square miles.
CFTOD
Sunrail,
doesn't
it was
control this.
supposed to be a great option. However, the limitations that Sunrail, with their times of service and
CFTOD does
trains,
not control Sunrail.
doesn't work for these workers. Let us recognize the urgency of creating transportation infrastructure that aligns with the needs of our growing community. Through shared responsibility, innovative solutions, and community-driven initiatives, we can pave the way for more inclusive,
This is what you have to deal
efficient,
with.
and sustainable transportation system that benefits all of our residents and our workers. The transportation challenges faced by those living and working in the district corridor are multifaceted and demand urgent attention.
Yes, road improvement.
As we delve into the
Road
details, let us
not
collectively consider innovative solutions, increased funding, and community support to create a transportation infrastructure that serves the needs of all. I want to thank you for your time today. As a native of the Orlando area, transportation has always been a problem. Thank you.
Maybe she's talking about
Ms.
impact
Hill,
fees.
thank you so much for your comments, and
I don't know why.
your comments are very timely. We'll hear from some experts that have provided some reports relative to the district and its historical operations. And one of the things that
what RCID used to do, yeah, that's Reed
is
Creek
the
stuff.
traffic problems that you identified. And so your comments are timely, and we very much appreciate them.
He's very nice. He is being very nice here. I would be at
Next,
the end of the table scowling.
Dedra Gory.
I would be absolutely scowling.
State your name for the record, and if you're here in a representative capacity, please tell us who you represent, ma'am.
Anybody?
Good morning,
comment.
everyone, and thank you for this opportunity.
Anybody?
My name is Dedra Gory. I'm a real estate broker and
Oh my
property
God.
manager.
Take a shot.
Here
Here's a
today
drinking game.
representing
Take a
my
shot every
small
time it's a
business that I
realtor or a
own.
real estate
I'm
broker or
also
real estate
a
agent.
spouse of a disabled veteran in the Army, and I sit as the incoming first VP for the Orlando Realtor Association. Being a licensed real estate broker and property manager, I have served many residents in this district, in this area, and that commute and work in this particular district. So I'm very abreast to the needs of those residents.
Also, smash the like button for my commentary on this.
My experience has been a lot
We're
with
at almost
renters
700 watchers.
and the cost burden that
By the way, the
are
CFTOD
experiencing
only
with
has
the
like a
lack
couple
of
hundred. Let me show you
income
real
as it
quick.
relates to the cost of renting.
They've only got
I happen to work
100
for
people watching
investors
there,
that
so we are
are true
owning them right
investors
now.
and allow me to do my job to best serve the residents. So my goal is to keep the rent
We
as
are
low as
owning
I
it.
can so that I can have a long-term tenant. Unfortunately, that's not the case today. The ever-pressing need for attainable housing initiatives is highly underserved in the tourism oversight district. The surge in eviction filings in Orange County exposes more families to homelessness.
Nobody is being evicted in this district.
The homelessness situation in the area surrounding Walt Disney, in the Walt Disney World, is a multifaceted challenge that demands a coordinated and compassionate response. Addressing the homelessness crisis goes beyond statistical analysis. It requires a commitment to a systematic change, affordable and attainable housing solutions. As my colleague spoke previously, attainable housing plus transportation decreases homelessness. As the board stated, sir, you said it earlier that the board is exploring ideas for attainable housing. These concerning facts, I think, collectively reflect the urgency of addressing homelessness in this vibrant community.
This isn't a
sustainable
there's no
solutions
community.
to ensure that the
It's
magic
just roads
within
in
Central
Disney.
Florida extends to every resident, providing them with the security of a place to call home. The workers come from near and far, and they're coming to this area to work. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Graybill. First of all, thank your husband for his service to our country.
Very
and
polite.
Your comments
He is
too
very
are very
polite.
timely. You will
The
hear
chairman is very
from
nice.
some experts today
I could not be
in
this
terms of the quality of life issues that have been
Okay,
created
guys.
because the district
I'll put
doesn't
up a
have
poll.
housing within this 39 square mile area. And that is an area that
How many
this
realtors are we
board
hearing from
is
today?
going to work very hard to resolve. So thank you again for your comments. They're very timely.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm gonna do it here. real
Mr.
quick.
Chair, if I might just add, one, I appreciate the presence of the realtor community. You know, this is you all are a key cog in sort of the economy of really the state of Florida, Central Florida, and provide a vital service. So thank you for and your eyes and ears to inform folks. And
Okay, put up a poll. How many realtors are we hearing from today?
Fundamental piece of
How many?
so
4 to 5, 6 to
I
7, 8 to 9,
personally
10
and
plus.
professionally appreciate what you do, and I appreciate your comments here.
How many are we
And
hearing
I
from
just-
today?
you have my
It's going to be a
personal
lot.
reassurance, the crisis of affordable
We're already at
housing
what, 3?
is something that we
So
I
or
personally
4?
take
Was
very
that 4?
seriously. I know
Whatever.
everyone else on this
I think
board
we're already at
does, and
4. Let's say we've already hit
there
4.
is only so much that this board can do.
Thank
but
you.
There is
Thank you.
something that this board can do, and I think it's something that has not been paid enough attention to historically by our predecessors. But it's certainly.
Ted Park says, can they provide a gong to the CFTOD they can use for relevant speakers, please?
So,
Please. Sleeping Dragon says, don't encourage drinking games. No, I will always encourage them, especially during meetings.
Thank
These
you
are
very much for
government
those
meetings. We got to
comments.
make them fun.
And then next, Debbie McDonald. Welcome back, Debbie.
Oh, it's Debbie.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
It's
Thank
Debbie.
you.
Oh, this is
Good
going to be
morning.
good.
My name is
Debbie. I know
McDonald,
Debbie.
and I'd like to wish the original employees of Reedy Creek, including the over 50 who have left,
Oh,
a
look
very
at
Merry
her.
Christmas
So salty.
to the board, and especially to
salty.
Mrs. Ziegler, who is not present today. I hope 2024 will be a much better year for you. Free speech is important.
Oh my God. She's going to free
Congress
speech us.
will make no law
Oh my
respecting an
God.
establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or the press
Oh,
or the
okay.
right of the people peacefully to assemble
Here-
and to petition the government
Oh,
for a
Debbie.
redress of grievances.
Oh my God.
The thing
Debbie.
about free speech is we don't get to choose what we want to accept or what we want to hear.
Okay.
If we chip away at it, it starts to erode
Yeah.
and our democracy is
Here we
at risk.
go. She's
There's
in
many
celebration,
things
by
that
the
we
way.
don't want to hear, but it's important, and
boy.
we need to respect that we live in a country where we have the right for those things to be said.
Stop, Debbie.
Today, a member
You're bad
of
at
our
this.
board, who is attending virtually perhaps, is a great example of free speech.
Okay.
It is not my place to judge her behavior or that of her husband. They
Oh.
deserve their day in court. The
Their
governor has
day in
called on her
court.
husband, Christian Ziegler, to resign his position with the Florida GOP in the wake of serious criminal allegations. Bridget should follow. The governor has good reason, no matter what the details surrounding this family's legal troubles. It is a distraction. In her case, it is a distraction from the governance of this board. Mrs. Ziegler has not made Florida a better place. She is the face of the Don't Say Gay revolution.
Oh, here we
which
go.
brought this board to where
Here
it
we
is
go.
this
The
place
Parental
today,
Rights and
has
Education
caused
Bill.
untold
Anybody
harm in
who
our
calls it that
classrooms
is
and in our
deranged
communities.
and hasn't actually read the
Many
bill.
families have left my
Anybody
community
who uses that
of
language.
celebration and fear
Sorry.
because they believe
And
that the
liturgy.
state is persecuting them and their children.
Oh my God.
Teachers have lost their
Only
jobs
crazy people
over
believe
these
that.
policies. Her
No
roles
lost their
in
job.
demonizing members of the LGBTQ community. is
Nobody's being
hurting the state.
demonized.
While she has apparently been a part of the letter B in that group, this is hypocrisy at its finest. Bridget, you need to do what is best for the greater good.
So
We
she's
live in a
trying to
free
take the
Florida,
high road,
not an
but she's
autocratic,
lying about
pseudo-Christian dictatorship.
pseudo-Christian.
What Mrs. Ziegler does
Wow.
privately with other consenting adults is no more our business than it is the behavior of the other consenting adults she pretends to find abhorrent.
Wow.
It is the rank
Nasty.
hypocrisy of attacking others
Debbie.
for what she personally practices that should disqualify her for a position of public trust. Thank you.
So
Yeah, Debbie,
apparently
thank
her
you very
husband
much
is
for
being
Oh,
your
probed
comments,
for
particularly with respect to free speech.
for
As
crimes.
you know,
So
this
but
board has
that's her husband.
implemented
So
several new policies, and one of the new policies is we now have a public comment section as part of our agenda for the meetings,
Yes.
which is new. And so we are big proponents of free speech, which has given you an opportunity to speak at almost every one of our meetings.
And I'm glad that you're here
Okay.
also for the housing. I've met with Glenn twice about that issue. In October, he said we would have a follow-up for our community and our
The
community.
district administrator took time to meet with her.
Again, that was October, but when you get a
Think
chance,
about
we're
that.
looking forward to following up on that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments too.
Even though she's deranged,
Next,
the district administrator met with her
Wills.
personally.
And Mr. Wills, if you're here in a representative capacity, please
Think
tell
about
the
that.
sir who you represent.
Sleeping Dragon says your drinking game might kill people. Not my intent.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for giving me deference. I know that I was a little bit late past the beginning of the meeting, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Last meeting, I provided you all a few documents. I have just one to provide you all today. I don't know if you all want to pass that out or give it to
No,
them
you
at some
don't.
point
Throw it
later.
in the trash can. Okay, yeah, throw it in the trash can. No, you don't. If you turn anything in, it's a district record. This fucking joke.
So my name is Chris Wills,
fucking joke.
and again, I am here on behalf of
Oh
Disney
my God.
Defenders.
This is a
We
typical
are
Disney
a
shill.
political action committee that is
Yes,
working
yes.
to amend
Deranged
Florida's
Democrats.
constitution, to restore Reedy Creek, and to prohibit political
Oh my
retaliation in our
God.
state. At last meeting,
Alex Stein should
we
come to the
provided
meeting,
you all
absolutely.
pink slips, and the
Oh, yeah.
purpose of that
How well
was
is that
to
going, buddy?
put you all on notice that once we collect the signatures needed and this passes
Oh my
on the
God.
ballot,
It will
your services
never
will no longer be needed.
It will
The purpose I'm
never
here today
pass.
is to provide employment applications. Last meeting was pink slips. Today we're providing
Oh,
employment
you're so
applications.
fucking cute.
They're not for you though. As board members, I would imagine you all are as concerned as all of us are, as some of the others that have made public comments have already spoken about those who have served this district loyally, have been public servants to make sure that everybody who visits
You mean
this
the
area
people who
have the best
committed
possible experience.
multiple crimes?
And many of them have
You
had
mean
to
the
flee their
criminals?
jobs or have been fired. And not being employed over the holidays is particularly difficult. So
Oh
this
my God.
employment application
He said his name.
is
by
for
the way.
those former Reedy
He
Creek
said his name.
employees. Disney Defenders is working with community partners
Oh my
to help hire those who have had to flee because of the chaos and corruption that have been brought to this
He doxed
district.
himself.
So we encourage you, if you are in fact concerned about the welfare of these folks who have been good public servants, to help us get those employment applications to those
This
folks.
is the town idiot.
And
This is the
anybody
town
who is a
idiot.
former Reedy Creek employee can email us at thedisneydefenders@gmail.com and
Oh,
send us their resume.
Please,
And we encourage
okay,
everybody
He just gave an email.
that
If
is
things
watching
end
and
up in
everybody
his
who is
email-
concerned about the dangers that are being posed to the American dream
He just
that
gave
made
his
Disney's
email
dream
live on
possible,
live.
to join us in this
In a
effort,
meeting.
to sign our
I'm
petitions
just saying.
at
just
DisneyDefenders.com. And again, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate the opportunity to address you all again today.
So, Mr. Willis,
Yes.
want to let you know that we've got a rule here that if you're going to make public comments, that you need to sign your public comment card before the meeting. And I think you know that this card was just, your card was just delivered to me. You know, you just got here 10 minutes ago. So it was, 40 minutes late, but I recognized you because at the last meeting, you made it very clear that you're promoting pink slips to remove this board. But I want everybody to know that everybody is welcome to speak here. Okay. And
I appreciate that.
And I knew you were here on behalf of an organization related to
political
Disney,
organization.
and I knew that your comments would not be favorable to this board. And I want you and everybody to recognize that I moved you to the top of the list so you could speak immediately when you got here.
I truly appreciate that. And again,
Yes.
just to be
He
clear,
just gets
I did look
shown as
over
a
the
petty
rules, and
bitch.
there's nothing that stipulates that you have to sign up before the meeting
Oh,
begins.
yeah.
But we appreciate the opportunity
He's
to
gonna
speak,
argue the
and
rules
we
now.
want to
What
make
a
sure that
petty
the
little
public is
bitch.
aware that we should not just sit back and allow authoritarianism to take root.
Authoritarianism.
And
That
that's why
lets
we're
you
working together
speak at a meeting.
to undo
That's
the damage that's been done.
Authoritarianism.
And thank you for
You
your
wouldn't be
comments
allowed to
and for your
speak at a
civility, sir.
fucking
Thank you very much.
RCID
We
meeting.
appreciate it.
You
Mr.
wouldn't
Chair,
even be
I just
allowed to
wanted
get up.
confirm that you're correct. We do have a rule that says exactly what you said. Rule 4.3.2. It says prior to the start of the public comment segment of the meeting,
Boom.
anyone wishing to address the board shall submit a request for public input to the clerk of the board, identifying several items of information. So anyway, just wanted to correct the record that you're correct on that.
And the only thing I would ask, Mr. Willis, next time, just try to be on time, because if you get here late and we're already out of the public comment section,
That I understand
then at
is
that
in the
point,
rules.
I don't think we'd let you
I
speak.
understand.
But so,
Yes.
make it on, you're always welcome, and you're always welcome to speak your piece.
Very nice.
I do appreciate that. Thank you
Yes,
very
sir.
much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for the
Minna
super
Robinson,
sticker, Leprechaun Gold.
and
Appreciate that.
state your name for the record, ma'am. And if
Do
you're
you
here in a
feel the
representative
heat from all
capacity,
this gaslighting?
please tell us who you represent.
Oh, the blind lawyer explains prison does not provide food and shelter here.
I won't take up too much of your
Nocturnal
time.
says,
My
imagine
name
getting
is
out of
Nina
bed to
Robinson.
come spout drivel like
I'm
that
the
at a
president of
district
Small
meeting.
Business Advocates of Central Florida. What we do as an organization is advocate for small businesses to have an opportunity to participate
Ken says they
contracting
shoulder
opportunities
check
in the private and public sector.
for minors.
More so in the private sector.
You mean
because we don't
dwarves,
see a
right?
large
You mean the
array
seven
of
dwarves, right,
advocacy for
Ken?
our small businesses
You're
in
talking
that
about the
area.
seven dwarves, right? Those are the minors
What
you're
you
talking
all are
about.
discussing in regards to the policy to allow veteran-owned and small businesses to contract with Disney will be crucial for our small businesses
Oh man,
in this area.
this is gold,
This
guys.
will give them hope
Smash
of the
the like
possibility
button.
of having an
Whoever
opportunity
thought a
to
government
do
meeting
business
would be
with
this
Disney,
exciting?
along
Oh my
with
God.
out-of-state
Oh my God.
big corporations and large companies that are currently doing all of the work. Thank you, board members, and especially Mr. Gilzine, for considering such a tremendously valued opportunity to our veteran-owned and small business community. Thank you.
Ms.
Okay.
Robinson,
So
thank
some
you for your
support for
comments.
veterans.
And
Awesome.
we're going to address this later in the meeting, but I thought it'd be
Nocturnal,
appropriate.
welcome
Mr.
as a
Gilzine,
new
could you
member
just
of
mention,
the Legal
because
Mindset.
of
Appreciate you
your
and
new
all
policy,
members of Legal
procurement
Mindset.
policy,
Welcome to the replay
the
gang level and
amount
appreciate
of
your
new
support of this channel.
awards that have gone to small businesses and veteran-owned businesses that never had an opportunity before to bid and get work from the
So
district.
instead of choosing
Absolutely.
people based
As
on
of,
race or
November
sex
30th,
and
we
setting
had
a
over
quota,
$51 million worth
they're
of contracts that were deployed.
looking at
15
veterans.
million of that went to brand new vendors. 9 million went to our buy local efforts, where these are companies who are headquartered in Orange, Osceola, Lake, Polk, and Seminole counties. And we're excited that to say that we just got started. In less than 3 months, we've achieved that type of goal. So as we get ready, I don't want to jump ahead against my report, but we have some good stuff as we forecast going forward. So before you leave here today, let's make sure I get your contact information, not only for yourself, but for your membership. And I will ask you that if it's okay for me to come and speak to your membership, so that way we can continue to get them engaged with our work that we're doing.
Yes, that would be perfect. Thank you so much.
And Ms. Robinson, please tell your constituents that thanks to Mr. Gilzine, the district is open to those small businesses that you represent.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Gilzine.
Next,
Grift
Lorena
says,
Torres.
Lorena
Please
Torres?
state your
Okay, hold
name
on.
for the
We do
record,
not get to
and
choose
if
what we
you're
do with free
representing
speech.
the
Yes, you do.
please tell us
Walk
who
away
represents.
and not hear it. You do not get
Good
to choose
morning. Thank
what
you for having
I
me here.
say,
My name
but
is
you do have
Lorena
the choice
Torres.
not to be there to hear it.
I'm with Communicate 360. Communicate
Agree,
360
Britt.
is a marketing service. We
Agree.
make your brand look great, but also representing in small businesses.
So a lot of
we
small
came
business people
from
there.
Colombia in 2001, and since then we acquired a business and we've been growing it. We're certified minorities, we're women-owned, certified women-owned business, and the importance to support a small business is huge. So I guess that's the small business. We are passionate about what we do. We want to offer a great service, and more personalized. So we have worked with all kind of business, but in terms of government, we have worked with sheriff departments and with cities and different entities, and just having consideration that when you are supporting small business, the community is growing. We give back a lot to the community um, in different ways, not necessarily monetary, but we small business, we give a lot back to the community because we believe we work with our heart. So I think that the opportunity that you are giving to a small business is going to make grow not only Central Florida, whoever support a small business is making a better community. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Torres. And as you know, there's a direct relationship between first immigrants and the origination of small businesses. And so
This is
thank you
true.
for coming to this country. And if Mr. Gilzine doesn't have your card, make sure he has your card too, because we're now open to those small businesses you represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kevin Fernandez. Sir, please state your full name for the record and tell us if you represent somebody.
How you guys doing? Good morning, Kevin Fernandez. Thank you guys for having me today. I'm here representing Premium Construction on the behalf of, you guys putting out the new order for you guys to do work with small contractors like us with Disney. And speaking in terms of our experience, we've worked with Advent Health since 2011, and we've worked
Something caught in my
in high
throat
traffic
there.
volume areas. We've dealt with containment, 24/7 calls, emergency calls, and working with a company like Disney.
It happens.
Would benefit us a lot because we have the guys who have the experience to work in those type of places, but also to contribute into an area where kids love the experience and kids have a great time. Maybe it's something that our guys would love to do. So the opportunity for us would be essential. And again, thank you for pushing for something like this.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. So
Good comment. These are fine
we
comments.
can't help you in terms of any work with Disney. But
Right.
As you know, Mr. Gilzine's opened the door for
We know
work with the
exactly where
district.
Disney
And so
sent
that
their
door's
entertainment.
open, and
Yep.
Mr. Gilzine
Yep.
doesn't have your card, make sure he gets it. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, Javier Adames. Did I pronounce that right, sir? Yeah, with a name like Garcia, I should pronounce that right. So please state your name for the record and if you represent.
Hi, good morning. My
Hispanic
name
jokes.
is Javier Adames, and I'm Vice President of JCQ Services. We are a general contractor certified minority based in Orlando in a hub zone. Our company has remarkable history of being willing, able, and ready, and we have completed several projects within the district. One crucial aspect that we wish to highlight today is the importance of local businesses like us, having the opportunity to contract with the district. When small businesses like us secure contracts, it's not just about our growth, it's about strengthening the fabric of our community. These contracts allow us to invest in local talent, create job opportunities for our fellow residents, and boost the local economy. Moreover, small businesses are known for their
I don't like
commitment
the
to the
certified
community.
minority thing. That is
We
really
take great
ridiculous.
pride in giving back to the community. We actively
Especially
participate
since
in
in
local initiatives
Florida,
to
let's
sponsor
be
community
real,
events and support
most
local
employees
charities
are going to
through
be
our
Hispanic.
gratitude fund.
So
When small businesses
throwing that
thrive,
out there.
the community flourish as well. We invite to support small and veteran-owned
Especially
businesses
like a
in the
landscaping
district by
company.
making it a
Yeah.
requirement rather than a goal. Our participation as a prime contracts or suppliers. Let's work together to foster a thriving, interconnected, and prosperous community. Thank you for your time and attention. We look forward for the discussions that will follow. And just remember, JCQ is always able, willing to do a difference in the district.
Thank you very much for your comments, and it's really awesome.
Huge
to see
Puerto
so
Rican
many
community
small
in Kissimmee.
businesses know that the door's
Very
open
large.
and attend these meetings. You're welcome at any of these meetings. and
Mike
thank
is
you
out
for
of training right now because he's actually
John Scheide.
has a real job.
John, we know who you are. Welcome back. Just for those who may not know who you are, tell them who you are.
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Shirey. I'm the president for the Reedy Creek Professional Firefighters.
Oh, it's the firefighter
and
guy.
yes, I have been here many a time, so it's a pleasure. And thank you for having me back and allowing me a few minutes to speak. I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Gilzine over the past year, and we've been able to collaboratively work through so many issues that, you know, happens whenever there's leadership change. And honestly, I think we've worked through them in a very positive manner and in a manner that has been beneficial to the employees as a whole. One of the things I've come to find about Glenn is that when he makes a commitment to do something, you can guarantee that it actually gets done. And that's something I'm not used to from previous leadership. So certainly want to give credit to you for that. And with that in mind,
Disney out.
There have been a couple of announcements that have been made on, by Glenn that I assume would be on the board's behalf about additional holidays and bonus things for all the district employees. And so I just wanted to kind of highlight.
This is a fact. This is a fact.
That achievement. I mean, that's something that you're giving your employees more time to spend with their families over the holidays and to really take that time to focus on what matters at home so that
And
they
they're
can come back
responding to everyone.
January 1 ready to go and
They
take
don't
on all
have
the
to
challenges of the
respond.
district. I know you've got big plans, so you need that out of your employees. And so, on November 3rd, there was an announcement that you guys were extending Veterans Day to all district employees. On November 14th, you announced that you're adding a day before Thanksgiving for all district employees. And then on the 29th, you announced 4 more holidays, as well as a $5,000 bonus for all of your employees. And it couldn't come at a better time for most people. Obviously, the holidays, they're spending money on their families and friends, loved ones. So on behalf of all the employees, we just appreciate you guys doing that for them. It wasn't something that you had to do, but I think you did out of recognition of the service that all of the employees of the district have made to keep this thing running despite all of the changes. So definitely wanted to say thank you for that. With that in mind, Glenn, I have an opportunity. I would appreciate if you would be my guest at the IAFF, which is the International Association of Firefighters. We have our affiliate leadership training
That's
summit.
the big
that'll be
organization.
in January from the 25th to the 28th. There will be leaders of organizations like myself from all over the US and Canada. On average, we see an attendance between 2,500 and 3,000 leaders. And very often, we've hosted it the last 3 times in a row. I'm given an opportunity to speak and also to invite a guest to speak. And if you would consider that, I would like for you to be our guest speaker for this event. So I appreciate that. And then if you'll bear with me for just one last second, I have some recognition for Miss Paula. In all of my dealings, I know she's your right-hand woman and she does a fantastic job. She has been nothing but the utmost professional.
It's good to have a positive
like Glenn,
comment when you have a
when
bunch
she
of
says something's
assholes or
going
a
to get
bunch of
done,
deranged
it gets
lunatics.
done. And honestly,
So I'll
with an
take positive
efficiency that
comments
I've
every day. I take these
probably
every
never
day.
seen out of a workplace ever. So definitely appreciate that. And then to Acting Chief Ferrari, this man has taken the reins of a department that was kind of left adrift by a previous fire chief and has really taken it and run with it as if he is the fire chief. And I think when you look at who you want as a leader, I mean, somebody that's willing to step up and take on the challenges without the official title or pay or anything else that goes with it, I think you've got a real leader there. So thank you guys. Have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, John, and Merry Christmas to you. And thank you for your comments about
Britt, I love this one.
recognition
Certified
of the
minority
new
as opposed to an
leadership and what
uncertified
it's
minority.
bringing
What
to
the
the
hell? It's bullshit. I don't
next,
like it. It's
Jackie
some woke
Espinosa.
crap. They don't do it, but they're certified with
Please
the
state your full
state or
name,
with
and
the
if you're here in a
county or
representative capacity, please tell us who you represent, ma'am.
realtor.
My name is Jackie Espinosa, and today I represent Empresas Espinosa, which is a business we've established 32 years ago when we moved to Central Florida. We own several businesses in the historic district of downtown Kissimmee,
That is
mostly
not
now
within the
in the
district.
restaurant industry,
That is
hospitality. So
not
we own
within the district.
Matador, Kissimmee Diner, and
Matador's
by
okay.
virtue of
there.
understanding how to obtain procurement, we were able to get the Kissimmee Marina, Big Lake Toho Marina.
Oh,
So we understand the importance of procurement for small businesses.
Those are all in
It's
Kissimmee,
helped us over the hump after COVID specifically,
not in the
which of
CFTOD.
course everyone knows how COVID went for the restaurant industry. Additionally, I represent the Latin American Chamber of Commerce as their vice chair. And with that, I say that I understand the importance for small businesses to thrive. And that will happen with what you've put in place with the procurement opportunities for small businesses. And I'm here today just to thank you for that, because if you keep that money local, we as small businesses, based on the SBA statistics, support 2/3 of employment within our country. And I am honored to be a part of not just that chamber, but of
Yeah, I
that
don't like
small
those.
part
I mean,
of downtown
these are
Kissimmee
voluntary
that
associations,
helps
but
and guides other businesses.
look, I support business
minority
owners, but
businesses,
I don't think we need to be
additionally
talking about
women-owned and
minority and
veteran-owned,
women-owned
to
and all this stuff.
obtain the correct tools to be able to obtain these procurement opportunities. So thank you for opening up the door.
They have the same
for us,
opportunities everybody
regardless
else
of the amount
has.
of years we've been in business. The nature of all these businesses sometimes are at risk. with
Everybody,
the
regardless of
current
their
economy.
race
So
or
thank you
gender,
all. I
deserve
just want to
equal
commend everyone for the
opportunity.
opportunity to speak today.
But they need to be held to the
Well,
same
you're
standard.
welcome, and you can thank
No
Mr.
leg up.
Gilzine for that. And it's wonderful to see a Latina entrepreneur.
Oh my God, it's
That's
pandering.
awesome. So thank you for your comments, ma'am.
Pandering,
Yeah,
but
Mr.
it's all
Chair,
right.
I got to add, I know we tend not to comment on the public comment, but I'm overwhelmed, frankly, by the turnout from the small business community. I mean, I'm fortunate to be the son of immigrant small business owners, or the husband of an immigrant small business owner. Small businesses are truly the backbone of the economy. This district, for a long
Welcome to the
time,
district Penderverse.
managed for the
The
benefit
CFTOD.
of one very large corporation,
Penderverse.
and with the help of other large corporations. And I think the page that we've turned on that front, thanks to Mr. Gilzine's leadership, is truly making, not just in terms of our transparency and accountability, but truly moving the needle in Central Florida's economy. It's something, one of the things.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
most proud
Charbel.
of
I actually worked with him.
What we've done, and I'm really looking forward.
I know
to,
Charbel.
The impact
I've met him
it's
in
gonna
person
have going forward. And this
multiple
feedback,
times. Had lunch with him.
is profoundly meaningful.
He's
and I
very
would say,
much best friends
particularly
with
members of
a
the,
former
Latin,
partner of mine at my old law firm.
community. You know, bienvenidos al distrito. Nuestras puertas.
He was
al
also
fin
on
están,
Jeopardy.
Abierto para todos. So thank you all, and that goes for all the other immigrant communities as well, who are really looking forward to working with you and other small businesses.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, last but not least, Mr. Love, and he needs no introduction, but for the record, just tell us your full name.
Mr. Love.
And if you're here in a representative capacity, sir.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Rod Love. I'm the president of the Florida Economic Consortium. Man, I tell you, I'm overwhelmed by what
Are you
I've
also a
heard
realtor,
today.
though?
I want to start out by saying to the board, leadership is not easy. And I'm sitting in this room and I'm listening to what's taking place. I'm listening to the exchange. And boy, I tell you, the leadership that you're exemplifying is the type of leadership that more people need to know about. Mr. Gilzine and Ms. Hosington. John mentioned some earlier.
The lighting isn't good, guys. I'm just pointing out the lighting is not great in the room.
Man, I love your spirit of cooperation.
That's all. That's all I'm
I
saying.
hate speaking after pastors. And there was a pastor that spoke earlier, and I said, man, he's taking all of my talking points here. But then I listened to other speakers, and what I hear is I hear the spirit of cooperation. What I hear is I hear that we want to get things done, that we're tired of listening to people talk the talk. We're ready to walk the walk. I hear about affordable housing. I'm listening about services to youth. And I'm excited about what we're talking about here today, but I want to tie it into some of the other things that are in existence. when we talk about the Live Local Act and how it ties into privatization, how it ties into
We're going to get to the
contract and how it
report after
builds upon
this.
communities.
I think it's the
Bishop
last
Cabrera
one.
spoke
I think this
about
is the end.
children's services, and that's what I was going to speak about. And I mean, everything that he's talking about, I'm sitting back saying, come on, man, cut that. That's my part. But when we talk about engaging in communities, we're talking about not leading by popularity. We're talking about making the hard, tough decisions.
Now,
And
video's
I'm
still
listening to
rolling.
veteran owned business stand up here and make a plea to this board that they want to be engaged, they want to be involved, but there's a rippling effect to it. There's a rippling effect that impacts communities. There's a rippling effect that impacts economies, sustainable workforces. And so when we have these conversations, and I was going to talk about dedicated funding sources. I was the Deputy Secretary of the State Department of Juvenile Justice, $740 million budget operation. I was the former Orange County Commissioner. We had to make decisions about a $7 billion budget. We had to make hard, tough decisions. And I see that's no different than what you guys are sitting up here doing today.
I love that pocket square.
I just want to say to
that's a
everybody sitting
fantastic
here and
pocket
also
square.
just address it to the board and your leadership. I'm excited. I'm a Florida native, 33 years living in Central Florida. And I've sat in boardrooms such as this over my career. I sit on boards. I'm sitting there taking notes, and I've never been more excited than I am today because I see new opportunity. I see the ability for everybody to come to the table. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody. I just want to say to this board, thank you for your leadership. Leading is not easy, and it doesn't appear that you're leading by popularity. You're making the tough decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Love, let me just ask you a question. Did you play baseball?
I played football.
Okay,
Oh,
well, from listening to
big
your
dude.
presentation, if you played baseball, you would have been a great cleanup batter, sir.
Because he's the
Thank
last
you.
one.
Appreciate
He's the
it.
last
Thank you.
one. That's right. So.
Next, that does it for public comment.
There we go. We're done with public comment, folks.
And now the consent agenda. The only
Consent
thing on the
agenda
consent
is just the
agenda
minutes of
is
the
our
last
minutes
meeting.
in the last
So they do
meeting.
it by just
Is there
quick
a
approval.
motion?
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Whiskey says, seems like they made sure to fill the roster with as
discussion?
much nothing as
All in
possible.
favor, please
Starting to think they
indicate by
found a way
saying
around
aye.
the report. Don't worry, Whiskey.
Aye.
We're getting to the
Okay,
report.
let the record reflect that the motion passes
We're
unanimously.
getting to the report.
Next,
Only
Mr.
3
Gilzine,
realtors, so not so
management
much.
report.
Okay, we got
All right.
Gilzine management report. Remember, he
You know,
reported
our
themselves
awesome
to the
union
IRS.
president stole some of my thunder, and then the chair steals some of my thunder. So this is going to be a relatively quick report. All right. So our district has several positive developments that I'm proud to report. First,
All right.
I have a status update on the operations of the fire department's impressive staffing numbers. I will also provide a brief fiscal overview report to the board regarding the district's significant cost-saving program.
Oh, look at that, saving money.
We have positive developments as we work towards a resolution regarding our tax liability for our employees and retirees. And lastly, I have some personnel consideration for the board, including our supplemental performance award policy for staff members. I would like to begin with the fire department. Our acting chief, Eric Ferrari, has been completely dedicated to the mission. His determination to fully staff our fire department with the very best had led to safety and the well-being for all who work and play within the district. Earlier this year, the district increased the starting pay of firefighters paramedics by $10,000 to the current salary of $65,000. This placed
So
our
they
fire
upped
department as
everybody's
one of the
pay.
region's top 5 paid fire departments. In less than
Really-
a week, our
really
fire
good pay.
department would be fully staffed. Let me say that again. In less than a week, we would be fully staffed.
So all this talk
It is
about
estimated
not
that the
having
district will be
employees is
one
bullshit.
of only a few regional departments to
So
achieve
all
the
this
status.
complaining
There are several factors
about
that
people
contribute
quitting
to this Operation
is
Excellence. To
completely
name
farce.
a couple, the district
It's a
will
complete farce.
prioritize
They are fully staffed.
compensating our firefighters fairly, but it also has a reputation, as you heard earlier, that this is the greatest place to work. Additionally, our district is unique regarding the number of tourists who visit throughout the world, and their safety is our top priority. I would like to take a few seconds to bring up my good acting fire chief, Eric Ferrari, to say a couple words.
Thank you, Mr. Gilzine. Good morning, Chairman Garcia, members of the board. I'm Eric Ferrari. I'm the acting fire chief for the Reedy Creek Fire Department. Thank you for those comments. Just a little more detail about that. So just over 3 months ago, I was appointed to the position of acting chief, and as such, I immediately created a list of priorities for the department, knowing exactly what our needs were. You can only have one absolute priority in order to have a priority list, and I made that priority staffing. This department for pushing almost 10 years has not been fully staffed with all frontline positions. So I met with my leadership team and set the direction, set the goals. A tough accomplishment because I set the benchmark that I wanted it done by the end of the year. An incredible number of resources, hours, time spent in multiple interviews, physical assessments, practical assessments, multiple levels of the leadership team, several hundred applicants across every position in the department. A grueling task. Some of the staff even came back and asked, could we push the deadline out to January, February? We stayed the course. I told them we'll reap the reward in the end. And on December 11th, with the onboarding of the 20 plus new hires in the fire department, including 911 dispatch,
This is the management
paramedic, and
report.
firefighter paramedic. We will
So
be
this is
completely
not a
fully
public
staffed
comment. They're
across all
talking about their
positions,
improvements to the
and we
fire
will
department.
experience
It's a recording.
the
We're going to get
net
to the
change
report
to
in
our
the audit
staffing in
soon.
about 6 weeks when some of
This
those
is going to
people
be
will
very,
be
very,
released
very
from their
quick.
orientation. We have a plan to orient them through the
Locals should
holidays.
still be
Even that
working,
took
by the
some
way. Somebody
creativity
asked.
on behalf
Locals
of
is
the
still
leadership
working.
team. I must take a moment to commend them and all the rank and file that contributed to the assessment process, because it was a lengthy 5 to 6 week process where they were in interview rooms and out on training grounds, assessing dozens and dozens and dozens of candidates. And ultimately, this will impact our workforce because we're experiencing a high volume of forced overtime, people that are expecting to go home at 8 in the morning and then get called and said, you can't go home, you have to stay. Because we do continue to deliver great service to our community that was never affected. This ultimately will bring some relief to our workforce, much needed workforce. As their fire chief, I heard them. I knew exactly what they wanted and what we wanted as a department to continue to deliver great service, and most of all, take care of the great people, the men and women that make up our fire department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Chief
Sure.
Ferrari, thank you for your leadership and your service. And Mr. Gilzine, thank you for your leadership. And Mr. Shirey, thank you for your collaborative leadership. When I first got involved, I guess 10 months ago now, one of the biggest concerns I had in speaking to our men and women of our fire department was that
These guys are a very active board. They're very responsive. They have no duty to respond to any of this, but they're responding to all of it.
Short period of time with your leadership and Glenn's leadership.
By the way, I like incoherent turds comment. Every comment has either been, I want to talk about something irrelevant. I love platitudes, or I'm from the Black Latin Women Association.
And I want
You're
to
not
let
wrong.
the men and women of the fire
You're not
department and all
wrong.
of our team
Incoherent
members
turd.
know how much we appreciate you. And we're not going to stop until this is the absolute
The
best place to
action
work.
of the district
So I
is about to
appreciate
come
it.
up.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your continued. Oh,
Thank you, Chief, for your comments.
Thank you.
all right. Next item. So one of our other top priorities at the district has been promoting good financial stewardship of taxpayer dollars. To that end, we've restructured our purchasing process.
So
The board
Disney
adopted a
wasn't
new
doing
procurement
this.
policy.
Disney
we opened
was doing
every
none of this.
contract up for bidding while prioritizing local and veteran-owned business.
Oh, they're going to
Contained within your economic impact report,
contracts.
as of November 30th, 3 months in, we have saved all taxpayers $4.2 million. Let me say that again, $4.2 million. And I couldn't have done this without the help of Tiffany Kimball
That's
and her
massive.
procurement team, because they
That
worked
is
diligently to ensure
This is how corrupt Disney was.
that taxpayers' dollars are
This
being
is
spent
how
in the
much
most
Disney was
efficient and
overspending.
ensuring that also we have
This.
the highest quality of service as well. So in addition to that, as you heard from some of the public speakers, we have over $15 million worth of new vendors to the district. We know that when you bring competition in, prices go down.
They had no competition before.
And of that 15 million, 9 million went to companies that were headquartered right here in our backyard.
Oh, isn't that crazy?
I'm proud to say we're just getting started. And to that end, I'm going to put out some breaking news. I have a goal that I'm going to go on the record and say that we're going to save this district. We're going to
The
save
Disney
all
defender
taxpayers
walked out.
roughly
I'm sure he
$8
did.
million just like
Sure
through our
he did.
procurement policy. Take that to the bank. I want you to hold me accountable to make sure that we achieve that before the end of this fiscal year. So in addition to fairly bidding these contracts, With the help of our procurement team,
Which they
we've
weren't
launched a
doing
new
before.
public bidding website in partnership with Planet Bids. This website and also our awesome IT team who has gone up and beyond to make this happen.
Most
prior
districts
to the
have no
deadline. So kudos
no
to
IT
Yenny
team.
and her amazing team. This website includes a cutting-edge transparency that way anyone from the public may access all bidding documents.
By the way, the fact that these
All
people have a
contracts
YouTube, they are
that
live
the
streaming.
district solicits.
No other district
If
does
that's
a
not
live
transparency, I don't know
stream
what is.
like this in Florida. No
With
other
this platform,
special
our
district.
buy local now, veteran-owned, opportunity-zone vendors can also be shared with other local governments to strengthen our ties within the community. So kudos to everyone involved with that.
By the
And
way,
for the record, you
Disney
have
Defender is gonna walk out.
oh, there it is, $4.2 million saved. Voila. All right, moving on. The next, I would like to discuss our proposed resolution to the outstanding tax liabilities. And through
this is the
review of
Disney
our previous
illegal
operations of the
activities.
district, it was discovered that the previous leadership decided not to collect the legally taxes obligated from employees for receiving the seasonal pass benefits.
This is a crime.
Even though this is owed by employees. It didn't
This is
seem
a crime.
fair that our great employees should be hit with several $1,000s due to poor decisions by the previous leadership.
This is jail time.
Since discovering the issues, we've worked with our legal counsel, our financial team, and a tax expert to find a resolution that didn't punish our employees and retirees.
Look at
I
that.
would like to thank
Protecting
Susan
their
and our
employees for
finance
tax
department.
liability.
I am pleased to present to the board
Disney's
that we found a
crimes.
resolution to this matter that will take care of this issue. We have submitted a proposed resolution to the IRS and awaiting their response. As soon as we have word from the IRS, we will alert our employees and retirees that this matter is fully resolved.
Oh no. Disney's gonna be
I
in
want to be
trouble
clear when I
now.
say this. The concerns about the prior board and district administration is not a representative view of my view of all of CFTOD employees. I deeply appreciate the hard work and dedication of almost all 400 of our employees who are here and who have shown up each and every day and dedicated to the work and the mission. And to that, I thank you. The next order of business to talk about is the end of year holidays off.
Here we go. Get holidays, baby.
Has already beaten me to the punch.
Speaking of holidays, welcome,
thank you, sir.
Sebastian
But the
Mueller.
district administration has.
Welcome as a
but
member
I
of
want
the
to thank
BLM,
also
the
Governor
big
Ron
single
DeSantis
mindset,
for
the highest
prioritizing
level
the
of leadership.
well-being of state employees.
You're an absolute Chad,
In line
Sebastian.
with the governor's granted, in line with what the governor granted to state employees, CFTOD staff will be granted the same holidays as well. These days are off in addition to the regular office closures at the end of the year break. I also want to thank the board and district administration team for ensuring the safety, well-being, and work-life balance for all employees and keeping that as top of mind as we transition to an independent government. This brings me to our new supplemental policy for your review, members of the board. Over the past several months, staff has risen to the occasion, ensuring that the transition of this new leadership is seamless. Despite what the media tries to sensationalize, and our operations are stronger than ever. And that is because our most valuable resource, our staff. Every employee in the district show up to work,
Non-corrupt
putting
staff.
all into making sure that this government functions efficiently, precisely, and excellently in the interests of our taxpayers and the millions of visitors. I want to leave you with this, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We have the brightest, the most talented people in the world coming together to form what is going to be, but I will argue and say now, the best government in Florida here at CFTOD. I am proud of our employees and everything that they've accomplished through their collective and individual service.
By the way,
Those
I
who want a
stand
copy of
corrected.
the
Some
items
people in the
presented
chat
today,
said
they
Lehigh
can retrieve them
Acres
on Oversight
does
District
stream on YouTube, so I guess there's some
Newsroom
others
after
that do
2
it.
p.m. today.
So I'll correct
Now,
too. It's not common.
I want to formally deliver
think that's
you
very
the
fair.
supplemental performance
Only
award policy to the
Celebration
board,
put up the
and I
recordings
ask that
of
you vote in favor of this award.
for,
The
at
floor
least
is
for the
yours,
one
Mr. Chair.
districts I represented.
I see that Supervisor Oxt has something to say. The
Sure,
floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, as usual, I'll try to keep it concise. But again, Mr. Gilzine, the product of your leadership is evident, and that is that we are creating, in my view, the example for local government in the state of Florida. And that's our goal. And we're getting there. And we're getting there a lot quicker than a lot of people think we are, or from what you read. The best example, one of the best examples is the website. That procurement website is fully transparent. When I first walked in this room, one of the things I asked the old leadership was, why isn't anything on the website? Why can't I find
They
the
don't
documents?
post
Why can't I find
anything on the
board packet?
website.
Why can't I find the minutes? And the
RCID
answer was,
hid
well, we get a lot
everything.
of public records requests, and we don't really want people to know what Disney is doing.
Yep.
And
That's
so
what
I
they
think when you
said.
see
They
the
wanted to
accessibility
hide
of
it.
this board, the accessibility of Mr.
They wanted
Gilzine,
to hide
the
it.
fact that we're building relationships, not just with our employees, not just with our taxpayers, but also with the community and the communities that surround us, getting involved with chambers of commerce, engaging business leaders, engaging people that can help us take this district to the next level. All that brings me to say, I have the privilege of dealing with local government employees throughout the state every day in what I do for work. And I can tell you that we have the best employees in the state. And this supplemental performance award that Mr. Gilzine has come up with, this is his idea, is something that is well-deserved and is earned. You all are valued and that you all have a significant impact on the quality of this very, very special place. And we appreciate each and every one of you. And I am very excited to be able to provide this to you all. And I appreciate Mr. Gilzine bringing it to us.
They're being very responsive here and very talkative. I'm ready
Well,
for the report.
Does that conclude your management report,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Gilzine?
Oh, here we go.
Thank you for the report.
Here we
And
go. There's a
more
little bit of
importantly,
awards, and then there's going to be the talking about the audit.
That takes us to
Olaf Von S,
new
welcome
business.
as a new member
First item
of the
is
RPG.
8.1, which is the supplemental performance award
And
policy.
Darren Bennett says,
that,
I cannot find
Supervisor
anyone
Ongst
else. No
and
Legacy
Mr.
Network.
Gilzine
Thank you
just
once
spoke
again
to.
for covering this. Hit
So
that
let me
like
just
button,
comment
thumbs
briefly
up.
on this. Mr. Gilzine has asked the board
Nobody
to
is
approve a
covering this.
one-time
Nobody is
supplemental
watching this
performance
meeting.
award for the staff. I'm in
Except
favor
for
of
yours
it.
truly.
Let me explain why. When the board was appointed 10 months ago,
And all you
no
guys,
one
'cause
could
you
have
know what's important.
predicted that we would inherit a public policy mess,
It is a
let
mess.
alone
It
a
was
colossal
absolute
one.
super
We quickly
mess.
discovered that the district had conflicted general counsel,
Yes.
no board
Yes.
policies, and even lacked a chief financial officer.
Which is insane.
Straight away, we went to work to right the ship. First, we hired a leading law firm that
Cedar
specializes
Creek, I love it.
in representing municipalities to serve as our general counsel. Next, we hired a registered financial and municipal advisor that specializes in representing state and local governments. After additional discoveries involving the deficiencies in internal operations, we hired a new district administrator, Mr. Gilzine. He, together with our general counsel, helped us design and implement an array of policies that will finally, after 55 years,
55
promote the public good by governing the district as an independent government agencies.
Not Disney's
These
bitch.
policies immediately succeeded, producing greater transparency over district operations, a system for more accurate and honest financial reporting, and a channel for employees to report any grievances. They also established this procurement process
Incoherent
that
turns
we
out
are so
award for the
proud
most
of.
sufferable.
And you just heard the
Be
numbers,
Debbie,
$4.2
congrats.
million
Thank you.
in
Thank you,
savings,
Incoherent
over
Turns.
$15 million for new
Oh,
contracts
man.
to people that
Debbie.
never had an opportunity to bid on district work and are now receiving it. You've seen the small businesses that have come out to express their gratitude, and all that is due to Mr. Gilzine's leadership and to the work of our staff here at the district. He didn't do it by him, and it's his idea. This performance award is Mr. Gilzine's idea. So despite efforts both within and outside of the district to undermine some of this essential progress, many members of
You mean
our staff
Disney's efforts?
proudly and eagerly welcomed these changes. To recognize their efforts.
Gilzine
during
is
this
the
myriad-
district
this
administrator.
initial period
So he's like
of
the
significant
manager of the
change.
district.
The
These
board
guys are the
is going to
board,
consider
and
Mr.
Gilzine is
Gilzine's
sort of like the
proposal for a
CEO.
one-time supplemental performance.
They make
award.
the
Do
policy
you have anything
decisions.
further to say?
He implements them. That's what a manager does.
Are there any other comments before I ask for a motion on the performance award? Hearing none, is there a motion that we approve it?
So moved.
I'll second them.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Very simple. Most things in
Let the
district
record
governments
reflect that
are
the motion
not
passes
controversial and unanimous. Here we
Thank
go.
you again, Mr. Gilzine.
The audit. We're doing it.
Okay, now we turn to item
shit.
8.2. And
Strap in,
this
motherfuckers.
relates to the
Strap in.
audit report that was posted on our website Monday night. So let me give you just a
All
little
of
bit
the
of
exhibits
perspective
are
about this
up on the
independent
CFTOD
audit report.
website. All of the exhibits.
Legislation
Go look
passed
at them.
earlier this year obligated the Board of Supervisors to submit
I'll put
to
it in the
governor
chat.
and Florida legislature an
Go
audit
look at the
report
Carfax.
by February 24th that quote
Go
a
look at it.
report that includes a review of all remaining powers and authority, close quote, vested in the district. The board assiduously prepared to comply with this statutory obligation. First, we sought the advice of our general counsel. He outlined the substance and form of the appropriate independent audit to be submitted to the elected officials in Tallahassee. Next, we worked with the district's legal team to conduct a
The
nationwide
lawyers are
search to
so
evaluate, interview,
so on this.
and
It's so
ultimately
illegal.
select leading experts in pertinent fields to contribute to the audit. Those experts included the following. One, a renowned legal scholar with expertise in property law, land use planning, and economics. Two, a national land use firm with extensive planning experience here in Central Florida. Three, a forensic accountant with prolific experience conducting investigations for the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the U.S. Department of Justice, and the U.S. Marshal Service. Four, a prominent municipal advisor to both the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. And then finally,
all serious
several eminent law firms with collective experience in investigations, Florida general law, municipal law, governance, conflicts of interest, and civil and criminal malfeasance. The board successfully met its obligations. These experts prepared an independent audit,
I didn't say
which
it.
was posted on
They
our
said it.
website
Criminal.
Monday evening, and will be delivered to the appropriate Florida elected officials this week if the board approves it today. This audit, this independent audit, is 80 pages containing history, forensic
80
results,
pages, not
analysis,
including the exhibits.
policy recommendations, several independent expert reports, as
I
well
told
as
you this was
77
coming.
exhibits.
I told
So
you criminal
this
was coming.
comprehensive report, here it is. It's posted on
That's
the
the
website.
with the exhibits, yeah.
And you're welcome to visit it. In addition to our general counsel, I've asked 3 of the experts who contributed to the audit to make recommendation at our meeting today.
Oh,
and I
that's
will
gonna be
now
great.
turn it over to our general counsel,
We see the
who
experts.
spearheaded this effort to generate
this
this
is amazing.
independent audit for the
Smash
district.
the like, shit us out.
Mr. Ardeman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. I've been asked to identify the qualifications of the experts, and I'd like to
show you they're
kick that off.
serious.
The way I'm going to do it, with your permission, is to talk about the qualifications of the 3 experts in the order that they will appear before you. The experts and the attorneys and the legal scholars that researched and investigated and prepared their reports, their insights, and their assistance in compiling this report or audit are some of the most highly qualified and renowned individuals and firms in the country, as alluded to by our chairman. The first expert that you will hear from this morning is William Jennings. The district hired William Jennings, senior director at Delta Consulting Group,
This guy is serious.
to review
He's a
accounting
serious
information
expert.
and related financial policies and practices, and to conduct an independent review and forensic accounting investigation of the district's past and present financial and related matters. Mr. Jennings has more than 40 years of in-depth experience in forensic accounting, fraud investigation, and asset recovery services. He has provided expert testimony in numerous domestic and international courts. Bill has conducted investigations for the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC. He's done the same for the United States Department of Justice and the United States Marshals Service. Excuse me. Mr. Jennings has a Bachelor of Science in Accounting, and he has an MBA. He is a certified public accountant, accredited in business valuation, ABV. He's certified in financial forensics as a CFF, all designations issued by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. The CFF credential signifies the existence of specialized forensic accounting skills and experience that include forensic accounting investigation. He is a certified fraud examiner, CFE, through the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, which signifies a requisite expertise in the prevention and detection of fraud. Also, he is a private detective licensed in the state of Illinois.
I didn't know that about him.
Mr. Jennings
I've
has
worked
provided
with him and I
expert
don't know that
testimony
about him.
before federal courts throughout the country, the U.S. bankruptcy courts, and the Securities and Exchange Commission,
Disney's
and
gonna
multiple
need a
other
bankruptcy
regulatory
court.
agencies.
Oh, man. Okay.
Bill
my
Jennings
hands are
has
here.
written the textbook
My hands are here.
Fraud Investigation and Forensic Accounting in the Real World for the largest textbook publishing house in the United Kingdom. That's the first one you'll hear from. The second one is Professor Donald J. Koshin. Kochan sounds like ocean when I first met.
Koshin,
Professor
okay.
Koshin.
His
The
name is
district
Koshin.
hired
I got it.
Donald J. Koshin, a professor of law and executive director of the Law and Economics Center at George Mason University, Antonin Scalia Law School, to produce a report
Say his
to
name.
identify whether there were any constitutional and structural strengths or infirmities existed in the former RCID. Professor Koshin previously was the Associate Dean for Research and Faculty Development and the Parker S. Kennedy Professor in Law at Chapman University's Dale E. Fowler School of Law, and an Olin, O-L-I-N, Fellow at the University of Virginia School of Law and visiting Assistant Professor of Law at George Mason's Scalia Law School. Professor Koshin is an elected member of the highly selective American Law Institute, ALI, and serves as an advisor to ALI's Restatement of the Law Fourth Property Project by appointment by the Executive Director of the ALI. He is also an elected Life Fellow of the American Bar Foundation. Professor Koshin has an extensive set of presidential appointments to leadership positions in committees and councils at the American Bar Association. Professor Koshin's scholarship focuses on areas of property law, constitutional law, administrative law, local government law, natural resources and environmental law, and law and economics. He has published several books, including the treatise on property and law use titled The Law of Neighbors, and more than 50
So this guy knows what he's
scholarly
talking
articles and essay. Professor Koshin's work has been cited and or quoted in more than 800 scholarly articles written by his academic peers.
They're so fun.
Professor Koshin has been cited and quoted favorably in dozens of books, including in leading textbooks and treatises on land use law, local government law, property law, administrative law, constitutional law, law and economics, agency law, business associations, civil procedure, and environmental and natural resources law. Professor Koshin's
Absolutely,
scholarship and
WW,
research
bro.
has been cited and or quoted in more
Shout
than
out.
a dozen state and federal
This
court
is
opinions
insane.
and in more than 75 briefs filed in state and federal courts, including more than 25 filed in the United States Supreme Court. I have to make this one last point. It's pretty impressive of recognition of Professor Koshin. In an amicus brief from Dr. James Buchanan, he was the economist who won the Nobel Prize for Economic Studies for his development of public choice theory, otherwise known as the interest group theory of governance, points critical to the analysis in Professor Koshin's report presented here today. In Dr. Buchanan's own brief to the United States Supreme Court in the famous Kelo versus City of New London case, many of you here, even if you're not lawyers, know about this case. It's been covered by the media for years.
It's one of the premier decisions of land use.
Dr. Buchanan endorsed, quoted, and cited Professor Koshin's expertise
right
and
now.
innovative work in this field of law and economics. Dr. Buchanan relied upon Professor Koshin's work in that brief because Professor Koshin was the first scholar to apply public choice theory, the
By the way,
theory
I don't
Dr.
like
Buchanan
the Kelo
fathered
decision
and
was
for which he
interesting. We can
won the
talk about that
Nobel
later.
Prize, to reveal the real-world dynamics behind private interest capture of eminent domain power.
Geeking out, geeking out. I love property law, guys. I'm a
The
property
third
lawyer.
individual expert you'll hear today
I'm so excited.
is an attorney.
I'm so excited.
But not just any attorney. His name is David H. Thompson. He is the managing partner of Cooper and Kirk. Mr. Thompson joined that firm as its founding, at its founding. Mr. Thompson has extensive trial and appellate experience in a wide range of matters, has secured victories worth billions of dollars. He has litigated cases in over 30 federal district courts.
They are so fucked.
Argued in each of the 13 federal circuit courts of appeal in the country, and argued before the United States Supreme Court, as well as many state courts. Mr. Thompson was awarded an AB degree, magna cum laude, from Harvard University in 1991, where he was elected to Phi Beta Kappa. In 1994, Mr. Thompson received a JD degree, cum laude, from Harvard Law School. Those are the three that you'll hear from today, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and board members, and members of the public and team.
This is
But
what
would
I
like
get
to
excited
touch
at,
on
guys. I
three
love
other
it. I love it. I'm in my
experts
zone.
briefly
I'm in my zone.
that were
It's my
integral
happy
into this
place.
report and the district's work. The district hired Kimley Horn
I've worked
to
with
develop
Kimley many,
an urban
many
planning
times.
report on the RCID in cities
Very
of Bay
familiar
Lake
with
and
Kimley
Lake
Horn.
Buena Vista to prepare the Kimley Horn report for this overall report.
Love you, Valiant.
Kimley Horn is one of the premier planning, engineering, and design consulting firms in the United States, with over 7,000 employees. In 2022, the firm ranked #1 among building design and construction's top 80 engineering firms in their 2022 Giants 400 report. Every year since 2008, Kimley Horn has been recognized by Engineering News Record as one of the nation's top green design firms, with more than 100 of the firm's professionals earning LEED, L-E-E-D, all caps, accreditations. Kimley Horn assembled a team of experts, including urban planners, civil and environmental engineers, and transportation planners, to contribute to their report. Kimley Horn also has worked with Professor Koshin on providing Professor Koshin with information for Professor Koshin's report. The district also hired Public Resources Advisory Group, PRAG, P-R-A-G, to serve as an independent financial advisor to the district. PRAG is a nationally recognized independent financial advisor that serves state and local governments. It is registered as a municipal advisor with the Securities
Which is
Rulemaking
specific
Board
for the
and with the U.S.
MSRB.
Securities and Exchange Commission
By
as
the
a
way,
registered investment
Disney
advisor.
acted as an
Memoranda
illicit
relating
broker.
to their work are
RCID.broker@disney.com.
Ralph Tellis to serve as a utility rate-setting expert in relation to the district's labor services
Oh,
agreement
they're going to be canceling
with
that
Reedy Creek
contract
Energy
with
Services,
Disney.
RCES, a wholly owned
RCES.
subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company. Ralph Tellis provides management consulting expertise to local governments and utilities, including in the areas of finance, assessment, technology, and strategic planning. These are the principals, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and board
Thank you,
members.
Trina
but
White, for
there
the
were others. These are the
super
ones I
sticker.
wanted you to hear about in the
And
public to hear.
Economist says, sweep the leg. We're about to sweep the
And,
leg, baby.
Mr. Ardeman, from your
Let's sweep the
comments,
leg.
I understand Mr. Jennings will present first.
Yes, Mr.
History
Chairman,
is
the
being made.
thought
Hit
is,
that like button, guys.
Bill Jennings will
Hit it for Bill.
present to the board first, then Professor Donald J. Koshin,
Leprechaun Gold
and
20
then
says the truth comes out
attorney
against these rats.
David
cheese
Thompson
balls.
from the Cooper Kirk firm.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Jennings.
These guys are the dark soul end boss. Yes. And Metal says they should hire Elon Musk as the process
morning,
server. Hi, Bob.
A little taller than this.
Hi, Bob.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and
right.
thank you, Mr.
Here's
Ardeman,
Mr.
for
Jennings.
your kind remarks.
Oh.
My name is
Looks
Bill
like Warren
Jennings.
Buffett.
I
yes.
am, as Mr. Ardeman said, a senior director at Delta Consulting Group. I do have more than 40 years experience in conducting forensic accounting investigations and was contacted by attorneys representing the board to conduct a forensic accounting investigation of the district. The only instructions I was given were that I was not to speak to the other experts who had been retained by the board, and that I was to conduct my investigation in a complete and independent manner without any
Unlike the Disney
interference
people.
from the attorneys or others. And so I was given pretty wide rein. I originally came out in August of this year and met with Mr. Gilzine and other employees of the district. And the primary purpose of that first encounter was to identify issues that myself and my team would then investigate. We sat down with a number of the employees of the district in that initial meeting. We gathered documents. We did a lot of independent research, and then
Is he the one who actually wrote that
developed a
introduction?
plan. We
I don't
identified
know.
certain issues that we
He may have.
thought required further investigation, and we developed procedures to investigate those issues. Those procedures included a
He's the
massive
forensic
collection
accountant.
Mhm.
of both hard copy and electronic data and evidence.
All
Also,
of which
we
is
did
on the
a lot of
district website
independent
now.
research, consulting, not only publicly available information, but other public records that were also accessed or available to us. We had, we also then, following those steps, we interviewed many employees of the district. And we worked on that second phase from September through the end of November and spent a fair amount of time here at the district office and also touring the entirety of the district to actually make physical observations and photograph the various manifestations of the district's responsibilities.
We're warming
including,
up here, guys.
Roads, water control projects, utilities, and the like. We have a number of findings. They're included in a written report that we submitted to the attorneys on November 24th. It's quite extensive. It runs well past 80 pages in terms of its narrative. And then, of course, there are numerous attached exhibits.
So that's even.
So I'm not going to be able to go page by page.
That's even more than what
but
he
I did
had
want to highlight
released
some
before.
of the more significant findings.
Yeah.
One of the things we looked at were the use of American Express cards, district American Express cards.
Oh, that's gonna
by
hurt.
district employees. We
That's real bad.
selected Mr. Classy and several other employees.
That was the former administrator.
And got the records related to their American Express expenditures going back to 2021. We didn't find very much, except with respect to expenditures by Mr. Classy. during the period from 2021 through 2023, Mr. Classy spent approximately $100,000 on what were described as public relations act, or sorry, not public relations, personnel relations activities. These would be a variety of parties in remembrance of staff that were past staff, current staff members who are being recognized for a variety of reasons.
I'll just point out that this
And
is
then
probably
also,
fine
in a
if he was
separate
working for
category,
Disney
spent
as a
about
Disney employee and not
$80,000
part of RCID.
on events. These
Correct.
included town hall meetings.
He's not a Disney
parties
employee.
for residents
That's
of the
the
cities
problem.
of Bay Lake.
Totally different. He's just bought and
Lake
paid
Buena
for by the
Vista,
Walt Disney Company.
That's okay. That's
and
fine.
other related events, and then approximately $27,000 on entertainment. This included various golfing activities, as well as local sporting events.
You cannot do this as a government employee.
Noted that the
It is
existing
straight up
written
illegal.
policies and procedures related to American Express, District American Express expenditures
It's not
were
far
followed,
off.
except in one instance. But that essentially Mr. Classy had the ability to
Love that, Mr. Classy.
override any of the
Mr. Classy. His name was
procedures.
John Classy.
We then identified
With
another
an E.
more significant matter, which was this thing that Mr. Gilzine talked about related to
the IRS.
Disney park passes and
Yep.
discounts at Disney venues given to district employees. I think it's important to understand, and we didn't realize this at the beginning of our work, but actually originally all the district employees were Disney employees.
Yep.
There wasn't a separate district payroll until 1998.
Think about
And
that.
so these employees
Think about that.
had received as Disney employees, just as other Disney employees all received,
Which means this would have been an
park
Eisner
passes and
decision.
discounts at Disney venues.
Mm-hmm.
When
Good point,
the
Jonas.
separate
Not an
payroll was
Iger.
created, a process was initiated. We were unable to find an agreement that required this or supported this practice. But what Disney would do is it would calculate all of the amounts that were given to district employees in park passes and discounts, and then bill those back to the district. Several $1 million a year. This is very important. And you know,
Misuse
again,
of public
we have
funds.
no opinions about
Also a
things.
crime.
Our job was simply to report the facts. But the fact is that in many
That's
other
gonna be good.
situations that I've investigated, you know, people
This is
tend
an expert
to
witness, people.
function in terms of their own best interest. And so one of the problems that we noted with the park passes and the discounts was that would give the district employees a sense of being beholden to Disney. You know, that they were receiving these things from Disney and would therefore owe some loyalty to Disney.
Yep.
They thought they were
The other
working for
problem, though,
Disney.
is a more immediate problem, and I raised it to Mr. Gilzine's attention when I first discovered it, and that is this notion that these benefits actually represented taxable income to the employees.
Oh, that's going to be so painful to
which
so
was
many
not
people.
to the IRS.
No, they're going to pay for
Now,
it.
this wouldn't have
They're
been
gonna pay
so bad, except there were two district employees,
The district will pay
the
for it.
former CFO
Oh,
and
good.
the former human
And
resources
bill it to
manager,
Disney.
who raised this issue back in 2018 with Mr. Classy, and were told that they should put aside their concerns and not raise the issue again, because the passes and the discounts were given to as a training device for district employees. Of course, that leaves out the fact
Right.
that
So
they
but you have to go to
also
the parks
included
to know
other
how to
household members.
do fire codes or
Um,
whatever while you're there.
And
that
we
yeah, that
did
makes a
raise
lot of
this
sense.
issue, and Mr. Gilzine dealt with it very, very promptly in his own way. Another thing that we found related to the way that the district procured products and services.
Thank you,
So
TLG
this is
Screwed
the
Up. Thank you.
procurement process Mr. Gilzine referred to earlier. What we found was that there were very few written policies around procurement, and the ones that we discovered had some odd elements to them. For instance,
very bad.
With respect to items that would be in total less than $200,000, the departments essentially could make their own procurement decisions. They did not have to follow any process that included the district's procurement department. The other thing was that
that's insane.
Certain
up to $200,000
types of products
they can
and
just
services.
put it on
And
the
of course,
car.
this was really at the discretion of the departments.
What
could be classified as a Type A contract, and in that situation, the contract could be given to anyone that, among other things, the district or the department leader or department members felt good about.
Oh my God.
That's a very strange concept.
Oh my
of procurement.
God.
And the problem with that type of
Since we're
process
picking a
is that it,
dude.
again, my other work over the past 40 years creates the opportunity for corruption. So in other words,
does
it
it?
creates an opportunity for people to receive gifts from vendors in exchange for their agreement to feel good about them. But there's a bigger problem here. And one of the things we also found was that even in the cases where the contract amounts exceeded $200,000, when they were put out to bid, they were put out to bid to a closed vendor list that had not been expanded in many, many years. And so it was essentially a closed loop. This creates that same problem. In other words, if you want to stay in the closed loop, you do what's necessary to make sure the department heads and the other department employees feel good. And that again raises the opportunity for corruption, bribery, that sort of thing, but also creates a bigger problem, which is it suppresses competition.
Yes.
And that
Yeah,
has
you
two
don't need that in
effects.
the
One
olive
is
oil
from
business.
the district standpoint, as the victim of this, the products and services that you're receiving from this closed loop of vendors may not be the highest
Mostly
quality
Disney.
products and services that you could obtain. The other problem is that you may not be obtaining them
Self-healing.
at the best price, that you're paying a price that's higher than you would pay if you were able to obtain these things in an arm's length fashion. Further, a closed loop like that, especially in a large geographic area, suppresses competition. So you have no ability.
Well, Disney
for
doesn't have any
other
competitors in this
businesses
area.
to be able to participate
None.
in that
What
in that
competitors?
in that economic opportunity. And so they simply don't
Thank
come
you,
to the
Ron.
district
I
because they're not
appreciate you.
welcome. They're not in the closed loop, and so by definition, they're out. They're outside looking in. And so we thought that was a pretty
Quite a distance away,
significant
according
problem.
to the boundaries of Reedy Creek.
Another thing that we identified related to there's a project that's called the World Drive North Extension Project.
I know about that
And
project.
The World Drive North Extension Project essentially is designed to address some of these traffic problems that you're
Mhm.
talking about.
Supposedly.
But part of it, part of this, the third phase of it in any case, requires there to be a crossing of 3 holes on a Disney-owned golf course. And so in a situation like that, there are 2 ways that you can go. You can either negotiate with the landowner,
Which is what they did with Bonnet
to,
Creek when I represented
obtain
them.
the right to, use that land for the roadway, or you
And
can go
most
through
reasonable
what
people
I
do
would
that.
think of as a condemnation proceeding.
Eminent
In other
domain or
words, where
combination.
Governmental
Condemnation.
sovereign governmental unit
They have the power of eminent
basically
domain.
to
It's
to
ridiculous.
be able to access land
Most
that is owned by
governments
private
do,
citizens.
right?
Just not
we
governments
talked to
held
a
by
number of
private
employees,
corporations.
and we looked at all the records that were available. As it turns out, this was a negotiated agreement between RCID and Disney, in which RCID agreed to pay $7.7 million for the cost of moving those 3 holes on the golf course. And in fairness, we were told by the employees that this was a great economic deal. But the one thing we didn't find anywhere was any sort of independent economic evaluation that had been performed by anyone.
No,
to determine whether the 7.7 million would
due
be the best way to
diligence.
proceed, or if it would have been better to go through a condemnation proceeding.
Eminent domain in the state of Florida has always
in
gone
that
to an
regard,
outside
another thing that we
accounting firm.
found
You have to.
Always.
associated with
when we were negotiating with
roadways
Disney,
is that,
we had an outside appraiser.
There were
only
over,
because this is
$21 million
did they go through
of
with no due diligence.
budgeted road improvements that were never made between
This is really
2020, I believe, and
cartoonish. This is honestly
2023.
like beyond.
And,
just
we asked
simple.
about that, and we were told that
It's gone into
there
mustache
were,
twirl.
environmental conditions and over aggressiveness by the head of the department that would have been responsible for making the improvements. But what we ultimately discovered is that that money actually became an $18 million surplus for the general fund, which is obviously a more easily accessed fund for other purposes that might be carried out
Oh no.
under the auspices of the board, the RCID board. The other thing we found out, and this was also by direct observation, was that of the money spent, the money that was spent for road improvements were spent to improve roads that would be used by Disney customers. The roads that were not the roads that would be used by Disney customers were left untended.
So
And
they
in fact,
neglected everybody else.
independent
but Disney.
evaluations
Nice.
of their
very nice.
Their current condition,
Even though they pay
revealed a decline in performance or decline in condition rather following 2017. Now there's a further problem with this because the district adopted an accounting methodology that essentially, without boring you with the details, requires
I love it when a
that
forensic
if you adopt
accountant
this
says, "We're not
methodology,
gonna
you
bore
are
you with the
agreeing
details."
to maintain the assets that you are accounting for in this way in their best condition. And so if you fail to do that, you would likely be required to change the accounting method. And if that happened, that would have an impact on potentially on bond ratings and interest rates.
Gauging it there.
And so we thought that was
Boom.
a fairly
Bonds.
significant thing.
Here comes the MSRB.
The other thing that we
Here
identified
comes
was
public
that
securities law.
there was
So that means
this is
they
a
need
little
to
bit of a nerdy
disclose
accounting
that
thing,
in their
but,
bond
the
disclosure.
way things work in accounting
This is what
when
he's
you're
saying
constructing
here.
an
He's being
asset.
subtle about it, but it's
In other words, before it's completed,
right there.
You account for it as something called construction in progress, meaning that you don't depreciate it, and it's not viewed as an asset that is expected to produce anything until you complete it. We found a number of assets, so this would have been something tens of millions of dollars in construction in progress that had not moved out of construction in process
Is he
since
talking about the
2021.
footbridge?
A lot of the records we were given were 2021 forward.
Huh.
Among
that's
these
a
things,
Disney problem. I mean, 6 years of
was
construction
a,
on anything.
a very expensive, multi-million-dollar piece of equipment that was purchased for something called a Typhoon substation.
The Typhoon substation.
But the building that it was supposed to be housed in which it was supposed to be functioned had never been built, and so the equipment is sitting in a warehouse.
So it was a sham.
We weren't. A lot of the other equipment related to the utilities.
So they
and I'll
were
explain why in a minute that we weren't
conducting
able to do much with that.
a
But a lot of the
utilities
utility
sham
equipment
with
also
bond money.
is in construction
Yeah, that's a
process
securities
or progress
violation.
and has not moved
Wow.
to completed status. The
That's
problem with that, and
real
of course, I've
bad.
done a lot of work all over the world, especially with utilities, electric utilities. There's a huge, incidentally, nuclear power plant on the island of Taiwan that has an enormous amount of equipment, billions
a guy
of
knows
dollars
shit
of
when he's
equipment
talking about
that is
Taiwan
sitting
nuclear
there
plants.
becoming obsolete and rusting. Water's pumped through it, but it hasn't generated 1 volt of electricity. And so that's the problem, is that it's not like this equipment is, permanent, that it can always be placed into service. And so that's a concern with that as well. One of the things that we were asked about that produced an interesting answer, but it was not a problem for the district.
It was not a problem
related
for the
to,
district.
who was paying for policing in the district.
Oh, the police!
Uh-oh.
And as it turns out that when we first identified this issue in August, we thought the district was paying for policing. But of course,
Yes.
that would be forbidden by the district's, the RCID's charter.
That would be illegal.
And we did learn that, in fact, that charter had not been violated, that the policing was being paid for by Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista. The problem is that the reason we thought it was a problem to begin with is all of that information, all that accounting information for the cities and for the district is actually in the same general ledger.
Oh,
So
my.
the same accounting records at the
Wait,
district.
what?
So the district does all the accounting
The
for the
cities
cities.
don't have any
Now,
accounting records.
for the
It's
policing
all in
payments,
the same ledger.
those were all made from bank accounts
That's
that were
insane.
owned by Bay Lake and Lake Buena Vista.
Wait, so
everything
RDIC
was
has
fine from
control
who
over
paid for the
Bay Lake
policing
and Buena
part.
Vista's
But
accounting
what we
records and
discovered
bank
was
accounts?
that actually the district
Yes. I mean, you can have bank
provides
accounts, but the
all of the
ledger
services
itself.
for the cities, for
That's
Bay Lake
insane.
and Lake Buena Vista, under an interlocal agreement that was entered into
That's
in
like
2022.
That's like Orange
It's a
County taking
40-year
care of
agreement.
Orlando's
It
budget.
literally pays for everything that the cities require in terms of services except
Oh
policing by the district. Now, the problem with that
That's
is not everybody in the district lives in Bay Lake or Lake Buena Vista.
No, there's only mobile
In
homes
fact,
there,
the people
right?
who live in Bay Lake, residents of Bay Lake and Lake Buena
Residents.
Vista,
Residents.
are either current or former Disney employees who were employed by Disney for more than 10 years, and their family members. And so the people who aren't those people are paying taxes but not receiving the benefits, because those are actually going to the residents of the cities. The other thing that we discovered was that the district actually has 8 utilities that, to a greater or lesser extent, provide critical services to the district. So naturally, we wanted to investigate the utilities to see, how they were set up, how they were operating, and perform the same sorts of procedures that we did with the other manifestations of the district. Unfortunately, I created quite the firestorm when I asked the human resources manager to set up an interview with the first utility employee. As it turns out, the utility employees are all employees of Disney. They are not district employees. And I discovered that
That's
actually
material.
there's not an easy way for Mr. Gilzine or other employees of the district to interact with the employees of the utilities. And we, in fact, were not permitted to speak to any of them, nor were we permitted to enter any of the physical manifestations of the utilities. One of the things I wanted to look at
That's
was
crazy, and
the
that's
electric
actually,
generation
like,
plant.
a violation of
the thing
law
that
as
I
well,
did
because they're
discover
prohibiting them from
indirectly was that
accessing
actually
their
the
own
district generates no electricity from that
Wait,
plant.
what?
It's
Excuse
a
me?
cogeneration plant. The district generates no electricity from it. All the electricity in the district
what?
is purchased from third parties and delivered through the grid.
So they're
And I was
paying,
asking,
their
well, why
bonds
are
are
they
paying for
maintaining
electric
this
grids
plant
without.
I was told
and
by
they're
one of the district
maintaining a grid
employees
they're
that the
not making
reason
money
for the
from.
plant
Wow.
was that it would be there in case of emergency. Well, again, I didn't get to speak to anybody.
It's Disney's backup
I
generator.
certainly did not was not allowed to enter the plant.
What?
One thing I can tell you is unless it's generating electricity using gas turbines, the time to bring online any steam generated electric plant is significant, and so the
They're doing a
extent to which it would be
steampunk?
available in an emergency, in my opinion,
They
is
have a
highly
fake
questionable.
steampunk plant.
The one thing I will say, though,
So it's a
is that all
taxpayer-funded
of the
power
district
plant that they
employees
don't
were,
have access to, that is
highly
not generating
cooperative with us
electricity.
and took great
This
pains
is
to get us the
massive
information
fraud
that we were
regarding the bonds that were used to pay for
requesting.
that.
Someone needs to get
Massive.
access to that immediately.
And I found it to be an entirely
It's their plants.
cooperative.
They need a court order to go in there
and,
and get that
effective.
ASAP. The bond
effective
holders
environment
should
to
be
work
going
in.
nuts right
Thank
now.
you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The bond
Mr.
holders
Jennings,
should be
thank you
going
for your
nuts.
comments, and I think what makes most sense.
What is all that solar for?
hear from our other two experts.
It's all
and
for
then we'll ask
Gatsy. It's all
questions
for
at the end.
Duke
The only thing I
Power.
want to make clear, Mr.
It's
Jennings,
decorative, apparently.
is that the utilities that you refer to are owned by the district.
Or it's specifically
Correct?
for Disney.
That's correct. The
Disney owns it, maybe.
the
The
power
assets
plant
are
I
owned
talked
by the
about,
CFTOD.
and the other assets.
Speaking of
that,
assets, you guys
the
are my
utility
assets with
assets
these
Oh, wow.
are
20
actually
legal
owned by
mindset
the
memberships from
district.
Business Life. And
It's
voice
only
for
the
Sebastian
employees that are
Mueller.
Disney employees.
Bien
Yes,
done.
and
Thank you so
despite
much for
the
those
fact that
40
the district
memberships. You guys are based
owns
as hell.
those assets, Disney did not give you access to them. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Man, I love
Okay,
this
thank
guy.
you.
By the way, Martinez,
Professor Koshin? you're up
Garcia,
next.
Martin Garcia.
That was crazy. What
Thank
was
you.
just exposed by that
I want to
accountant
just confirm
is
everyone can hear
nuts.
me.
Yeah. Oh no. It's
Ye-
gonna be
yes, we
weird.
can
We're
hear
doing
you.
the Zoom thing. We're doing the Zoom thing.
No, no one can
By the
hear
way,
you.
Real quick, Mark Reality says forensic accounting criminal investigation. You better believe it. And Darren says, thank you, Andrew, Legal Mindset,
Today in
W Pro
person due to
Jonas.
health issues, but
that
I'm glad for this
workplace
virtual
and many
alternative
others.
and
We
look
love
forward to
you,
seeing you all in
especially the
person
amazing
soon.
chat. Yes, thank you.
I'd also like to thank
Well,
Bill
we love you
Jennings
right
for the
back.
summary of his report. As Mr. Jennings mentioned, our investigations proceeded independently, yet what I think you'll see by the conclusion of my remarks and by reading my reports is that they are highly complementary. Indeed, to a scholar like myself, the detailed investigative work that Mr. Jennings did, providing supporting facts for what are my theoretical
We'll get to all the
predictions,
chats when there's
and
a
then what
pause.
are the theoretical predictions that the fields of my research would provide is extremely useful. It also helps prove the validity of the theories in a way that adds significant power to this report. So I feel that the factual findings I was able to develop, as well as the theoretical backdrop, combined with Mr. Jennings' own findings as well as those by the other experts in the district itself, are quite enlightening. As noted, I'm Donald Koshin, and I'm a professor of law at George Mason University's
There it is,
Kenton and
Koshin.
Scalia Law School.
I wouldn't have
I've been a
called that.
professor there for more than
That
21
was
years.
not my
Yes,
pick.
I've been a law
That
professor,
name.
excuse me, for more than 21 years, and I've been professionally studying the issues of land use, state and local government,
My man.
and property and governance issues for
My
nearly
zone,
30
baby.
years. I also serve at Scalia Law School as the executive director of the Law and Economics Center. It is at the Law and Economics Center is about to celebrate its 50th anniversary. In our flagship judicial education program, the LEC is the nation's preeminent provider of high-quality, balanced judicial education institutes and seminars that focus on economics, finance, accounting, statistics, and the scientific method. We've been training federal and state judges, as I mentioned, as well as state attorneys general, law professors, economics professors, and a variety of other policymakers on these subjects for nearly 50 years. All of this, the role that I have in the Law and Economics Center is in part furthered by the research that I do in law and economics, which will be a big part of the discussion that I present to you today. The goal of my 59-page study, for which I will provide highlights today, the study titled Legal and Structural Analysis of the Legitimacy and Consequence of the Governance Regimes Established by the State of Florida's 1967 Reedy Creek Improvement Act and Associated Laws. The goal of this study was to evaluate the Reedy Creek Improvement Act of 1967 and the governance systems that are put in place by it, as well as to use my expertise in evaluating institutions and the means of influencing them to conduct independent research to compare the level of influence of private interests in the establishment and governance of the Reedy Creek Improvement District, and to determine whether there are notable deviations from the norm of good governance. From the very start of Disney's relationship with Florida, including by drafting the language the legislature would enact in the Reedy Creek Improvement Act in 1967, Disney is engaged in a well-orchestrated and sophisticated lobbying effort to secure what in effect is its own private governance regime, insulated from the traditional elements of democratic accountability, good governance, and the rule of law that operate everywhere else in the state of Florida, as well as throughout the country. The 1967 Act is extraordinary. It deviates from good governance norms and creates a path for capture and control by private interest group that threatens the public interest. Ordinary institutional design and limits, democratic accountability mechanisms, and constitutionally grounded processes of good governance serve important purposes. They exist to ensure that government powers remain limited, democratic principles remain protected, citizens remain empowered, and powerful interest groups like Disney are thwarted from capturing the strong arm of the state to advance their private purposes. It is about grounding public purposes in public institutions that are controlled by the public. Indeed, the preservation of these principles of limited governments and the rule of law requires erecting and respecting hurdles to government intervention to, one, ensure that government interference in private affairs is limited to serving the public interest and to those actions truly necessary and requiring such public intervention. And two, to maximize the space for private ordering and market competition, free of special privileges, so that economic freedom, competition, innovation, and growth may flourish. That means that governance is intentionally difficult and time-consuming, with the opportunity for the kind of broad public participation and scrutiny that leads to optimal decision-making, including balancing competing interests and recognizing that the neutrality principle grounding good governance prohibits picking favorites. This idea that governance is meant to be hard will be discussed in my presentation, and it is discussed in my report, as a contrast to the claim that there was a need for flexibility and easy governance by Disney in getting the special privileges it received in the Reedy Creek Improvement Act of 1967. Legislation that sets the framework risking the relaxation of the norms that I've discussed should be reevaluated. The report provided to you concludes that the 1967 Act, the political environment surrounding its creation, and the maintenance of authorities under the Act and governance pursuant to the Act have all surely accomplished a dangerous relaxation of normal limits on governmental power and the structures of democratic accountability. To reach these conclusions, this report brings expertise and scholarly insights to bear upon the inquiry from constitutional law, statutory interpretation, democratic governance, and institutional analysis from law and political science, land use planning, local government law, urban planning, and regulatory policy,
That's
and
what
the
I try to
interdisciplinary
synthesize
work
on my
animating
channel, by the way.
positive
All of those
political
things to
theory,
present
explaining
this
how
to you
politics
guys.
actually works rather than the idealistic ways we wished it worked,
Boom.
including from
Very
key
much
insights from the public choice theory at the intersection of law and economics, which I've already mentioned and will detail in just a bit and a little more. When Disney scoped out Central Florida as a potential site for Walt Disney World,
Yeah, he wrote it.
The evidence reveals that it was unwilling to locate there unless it could fundamentally alter the legal regime within which it would be required to operate. Disney wanted a governance structure overseeing its operation with broad jurisdiction, discretion, and flexibility to approve projects. And it wanted a governing authority that would
It's too late, they've already got it.
align with Disney's interests,
They've
so as
already
to
got the
effectively
receipts.
give
We'll show you
Disney
some of them
control.
later, guys.
This is what it was seeking when
We
it
get a break,
drafted
I'll
the
show you some
1967
crazy
Act and what
receipts.
it achieved by getting the legislation it requested. Somewhat paradoxically, this meant creating jurisdiction with wider authority and independence, yet less power over its principal developer on the part of the actual governing authority. Notably, statements from Disney's consultants working for the development of the RCID described the motivation for seeking more authority as including to overcome what they described as a, quote, governance problem. The answer from Disney's consultants included limiting the scope of democracy. In one statement, they said, quote, new community developers should be exempted from processing their plans of development through local governing bodies. it was all a part of this concept that they were selling and getting the Reedy Creek Improvement Act, in which they claimed to the authorities that were from which they were seeking the act, that they needed to constantly be in, quote, a state of becoming, and that the only way you could constantly be in this evolutionary state of becoming would be, quote, to be free from the impediments to change. And this is Disney's actual language. They considered impediments to change to include things that were, quote, rigid building codes, traditional property rights, and elected political officials. So again, they were seeking to be unconstrained.
So they literally were getting rid of
the
everything
goal from the
that made it
outset
a
in the
government.
1960s.
Disney got rid of
The ask,
every
therefore, was
element
for the
of
mere
Reedy
absence
Creek
of
that
anticipated
made
traditional
it
government control by creating a
fundamentally
government
government.
district that
They made
Disney
it just
effectively controlled.
another corporate
Before
subsidiary.
proceeding to discuss development of this legislation, I do want to point out that the RCID, despite using the word district and despite the act using the word district, the RCID is sui generis, i.e. it does not fit the mold of special districts and thus should not be compared to most other special districts so classified under Florida or other state
He's
laws.
using a lot of
Normally,
property
when we
law
use the
speak.
term
I can
special
translate
district,
this
we're
for you
referring
guys.
to a single and specific purpose, or in some cases multi but still limited purpose jurisdiction, such as for fire protection, water supply, drainage,
It's
soil
not
and
like
water
any other
conservation,
district in
sewage,
Florida
or
or
housing and
anywhere in
community
America.
development. This special district would then have authority limited to what was necessary to serve the limited purposes, including sometimes the ability to raise revenue for a specific purpose, and not generalized jurisdiction, generalized planning, or generalized lawmaking powers. Almost all special districts are defined by their purpose, which is determined by the type of service or public need that is being fulfilled by its creation. Entirely atypical is to create a special district motivated to create a mostly general purpose governance structure, carve out a jurisdiction that will serve the needs of a particular constituent, or designed to advance a particular industry or particular private purpose. Yet arguably, this atypical design for a special district was what Disney drafted and proposed to the legislature leading to the 1967 Act. And getting its own private jurisdiction was indeed the driving force behind Disney's lobbying efforts leading to the 1967 Act. Again, in part because being a true special district as a limited purpose special district for drainage, for example, which they started as, was not enough.
Yeah, there we go. Get that water. Get that
Special
water.
districts are supposed to be created for special
Libby
limited
Plymouth.
purposes. They're not created to serve the needs of a private
I
interest.
drank 3 bottles
and
tonight,
claims a need
baby.
for its
W
own
for
system
water
of
in the
governance.
chat.
Nonetheless, the 1967 Act, in it, the RCID was given extraordinary powers not shared with other special districts in Florida. It created a jurisdiction that, unlike municipalities and counties in Florida, does not have the kind of diverse citizenry and voting public that generates a check on governmental abuse, largesse, or favoritism. The RCID has no residential or voting base of any significance, given that the population consists of less than 100 residents district-wide. Almost all of whom are
this is
paid by
word for
or
word.
arguably beholden to or indebted to Disney in some of the ways that Mr. Jennings already identified. And aside from the low numbers, these residents may vote for municipal officials, but the municipalities inside the RCID have few powers, to the point they are often called paper cities. There's more detail on that also in the Kimley Horn report.
Yes.
And the residents
Time
generally
for
are
that
not
one.
landowners capable of voting for the RCID board. All this means that even the residents in the RCID cannot act as an active force to check abuses of power or transgressions of prudence. And despite promises to populate the RCID and give residents a futuristic environment in which to live, Disney regularly and repeatedly found ways to avoid new residents or landowners from counting within the RCID, often just carving out through de-annexation to ensure they could not become effective checks on Disney's capture of RCID power. The 1967 Act rather shockingly exempts the RCID from application of later passed land use regulations, zoning, or building codes,
They
insulating
don't
it
have
from
to
control
follow
of general
any
changes in these areas from the state and its authorities, unless the law expressly removes the exemption.
Man, it's a good thing that
It's hard for
nobody's
the state to
died on that
exercise
property
continuing
in
control over
any
the
major
RCID
way.
once a path-dependent presumption of independence is set. Disney was able to convince the RCID, convince the Florida legislature in 1967 to give the RCID these extraordinary powers with little attention to preserving facets of democratic accountability and structural limitations, without any binding obligations to compensate for the negative externalities it would impose on the region, including externalities through pressure on roads and transportation, affordable housing, schools, law enforcement, and other social services. A brief note on what I mean by externalities is useful here. The idea in the economics literature is that normally individuals are required to internalize the costs of their action, be responsible for the costs of their action. If they impose harms through their actions, if their actions cause harms on others, they are usually responsible for paying for those harms. Those negative externalities are things that we typically require some kind of impact fee or compensation for. But the ideal for any one of us is to be able to internalize all the benefits of our actions, but externalize all the costs. And what has really been developed through this legislation is a way in which, indeed, Disney is able to internalize all the profits and benefits of its actions while not internalizing all of the costs and therefore causing these kinds of negative externalities. In later, in addition,
this guy's class would be savage.
One thing to recognize in terms of the extraordinariness of the legislation is that there is a perpetuity clause in Section 23(1) of the 1967 Act that allows for this failure to apply future land use laws to the RCID. In later years, Disney would seek an advisory ruling from the Florida Attorney General on whether certain laws passed after 1967 applied to the Epcot expansion, for example. The question was whether or not Disney should have to account for the regional impacts expansion would cause, like other developers in other counties would be required to do under new statewide laws. Disney succeeded, however, in getting an attorney general opinion that ruled in their favor, finding nothing objectionable about the perpetuity clause in the 1967 Act, and in explaining that it should be enforceable on its plain terms. This provision exempting the RCID from changes in law is particularly troublesome because it locks in place status quo rather than encouraging political adaptability to change conditions as would be expected from most regulatory regimes. It also means that the 1967 Act gave Disney near perpetual protection from future intrusions upon the RCID's independence and insulation from traditional accountability measures in these enumerated areas of authority. Beyond the generally troubling nature that Disney was able to embed in the 1967 Act a near perpetual exemption from the application of certain categories of future laws, unless the legislature expressly applies them to the RCID, this Attorney General ruling has had severe consequences for the communities surrounding the RCID because it means that Disney could expand without paying for all those negative externalities imposed upon the region. The decision to exempt Disney from typical regional impact obligations also meant that Disney had successfully lobbied for a substantial cost advantage over competitors who would need to comply with new statutes, including mitigation obligations to offset regional impacts, while Disney would not. And this is precisely what interest group theory would predict would happen. Both the Florida legislature creating the powers of the 1967 Act and the Supreme Court of Florida finding them constitutional based on their decisions on reliance on a belief that the RCID would eventually have inhabitants that would make this authority subject to the powerful checks provided by democratic accountability, all contributed to this. The preamble to the 1967 Act specifically expected a different regime, a different environment to emerge. It specifically noted that the broad powers that were being conferred in the RCID were, quote, necessary for the convenience of the district and all its inhabitants and landowners, again, anticipating the existence of future inhabitants. The Supreme Court of Florida has, over time, blessed the Reedy Creek Improvement Act, but they've done so, including in the State of versus Reedy Creek Improvement District decision in 1967, on the expectation that the contemplated benefits the district will inure to the numerous inhabitants, and this is the quote from them, that contemplated benefits by the district will inure to numerous inhabitants of the district in addition to the persons was in the Disney
that
complex.
Would be residents
nonetheless, what we've seen is that
this was the assumption.
Without those inhabitants, the result is that it is largely served almost exclusively the private
Even the
purposes
judges
and private
believed
interests
in
of private
1960s
corporations.
they would have residents.
Yes,
Disney,
and I
in
want to
the
compare this to
1967
Disney's
Act was
economic
seeking to have
impact
these
report that they
special,
released
advantages, but
a month
needed
ago.
to sell the story that there would be
I
inhabitants.
bet it doesn't balance
because
out.
only a popularly elected government could regulate land use and building. They consistently promised in the days leading up to the passage of the 1967 Act that it would create a model city, quote, functioning community where 20,000 people would live and work and play.
Like
The record
that
reveals that
house
Disney
doesn't-
never intended, however, to follow through on this promise because it indeed had a disdain for voters. From the earliest days of strategic planning for Disney World, Walt Disney, on several occasions and in several points of documented evidence, sought to avoid being controlled by voters. To get the 1967 Act passed, however, they needed to say they would create a normal city. But once the 1967 Act was passed, pretense slowly disappeared.
And they
Please
built a
note, I
theme
do not
park.
conclude that the
A great theme
RCID would
park
be
at one
normal and
time.
consistent with good governance if the Disney promises had been fulfilled. It would not. The 1967 Act is fundamentally flawed from a good governance standpoint either way, but the fact that the promises were a ruse makes the situation all the more concerning from a political economy standpoint, i.e. the study of the consequences of severe interest group influence into governance regimes. Today, the facts are clear that the social contract Disney entered into in the 1967 Act has been broken. And one question for future legislatures is what should be done for the continuation of the authority as granted in 1967.
So he's being
The 1967 Act created an unenforceable legislative bargain, however. Despite the promises made by Disney to create housing and to populate the RCID with citizens and voters, promises made to induce the legislature to grant Disney special privileges that Disney claimed were necessary to effectively accomplish their grand plan, including housing, there are no built-in ways to hold Disney accountable for the failure to fulfill their promises. In other words, legislative action was induced by Disney's promises and the legislature performed, but has not been able to get the full benefit of the bargain. In fact, Disney appears to regularly find ways to have a continued absence of voters. De-annexation efforts, including what we saw with Celebration, are all good illustrations.
Yes. They
The installation then of the
Celebration
RCID
to
and a lack
avoid
of
having
obligation
voters
to offset
inside.
regional impacts has meant that Disney is
Actively
not required
avoid.
to internalize the negative effects its operation has, yet able to internalize its profit. That is what is meant by uncompensated externalities, that harmed individuals must bear the cost of actions of another who is not responsible for paying the complete cost of the harms they impose. As the report that has been submitted to you details, much of the rationale driving the 1967 Act, from the lobbyists advocating for it and from the legislature supporting the new paradigm, was based on a sales pitch that told about the escape to a magic world where barriers of action normally imposed by democratic governance would disappear to better pave the way to a shiny new prospect for regional prosperity. This bright, alluring new object of innovative governance was masked as necessary and appropriate to the desired ends. That distracted narrative, furthered by what were later revealed as false promises of consideration from Disney, allowed for the capture of governmental power by a private entity and the abandonment of key principles of good governance and democratic
Extraordinarily
accountability.
problematic, and
A robust appreciation for the
typically
valuable role these principles play
associated
to
with
create
illegal
purposeful barriers to
activities like
government
bribery.
action was missing. This is entirely predictable from an analysis of a field in the discipline of law and economics known as public choice or interest group theory, which Mr. Ardeman already explained to you, came from Nobel Prize winning economist James Buchanan. He was known for categorizing public choice as, quote, politics without romance. Indeed, it is precisely for his groundbreaking work in this analysis of interest group influence that he won the Nobel Prize in Economic Studies in 1986. These insights, as applied to the 1967 Act, the RCID, and Disney for the first time in any substantial way as a matter of academic analysis of these entities and structures, form the heart of the final sections of the report that's been submitted to you. Public choice reveals that we cannot necessarily count on political decision makers to act in the public interest if they become co-opted or deceived by interest groups. And we should expect that private interest groups will expend substantial resources to influence politics so that they can gain special interest deals at a savings from what they would need to spend to get similar benefits in the open market. If they could get
It's easier to lobby than it is to pay for it yourself.
Interest groups have strong incentives to co-opt the coercive power of the state and to even persuade public actors that they are doing public good, despite in reality doing the private bidding of a private entity, such as that of Disney. The positive political theories that seek to explain and demonstrate why institutions operate, including public choice and other aspects of law and economics discipline, operate from the perspective of analyzing limited purpose governmental entities, limited constituency public entities, the impact of repeat player phenomena, and the conditions that make public entities susceptible to capture by private interests. Disney had an interest in creating the type of special district over which it would increasingly exert control. Again, the law and economics literature predicts that regulatory entities with highly narrow and limited constituencies can be easily captured. They can easily be captured by those constituencies, those limited constituencies, such that the entity starts to serve the interests of the regulated rather than the public interest, or rather than its statutory mandate. The RCID from the start, with its structure set up in the 1967 Act, had a design flaw, captured from the outset by the dominating interest group that lobbied it and lobbied to create it, Disney. That design flaw allows Disney to act in the interest group's the interest group's private government. Capture dynamics of this field of law and economic studies predict that the RCID is unlikely to be independent and will be incapable of adequately considering policy choices that are against Disney's interest, as Disney is a dominant constituency repeat player that, absent adequate safeguards built into the system or injected back into the system, will always have built-in disproportionate influence and the capacity to capture the RCID's powers for private gain.
I mean, can you even imagine the American system right now, the federal system, if we didn't have checks and balances? Those checks and balances don't function how they should. But can you imagine just giving one corporation
into account?
Like, imagine if it was
applying these insights, we can see that the creation of single interest districts, especially when the legislation creating them is drafted and lobbied for,
we'd all be locked in our homes right now.
Disney did here, predictably lead to a governing entity driven to serve the private concerns of the private government. Private companies it regulates. In fact, several empirical studies that have looked at very narrow purpose regulatory entities show that those entities become easily captured when they have a narrow group of constituencies.
When they're only
because Disney can use the levers of government to get the resources other private entities would need to pay for, it obtains an artificial competitive advantage and is able to insulate itself from paying the kinds
otherwise
of
known as 57 constituents, with one of them being the largest entertainment company on the planet.
For example, the parking garages in Disney Springs, which were provided by the district but serve entirely the profit-making enterprise of Disney rather than a public purpose.
Disney Spring Orange
not only did Disney get the cost savings of not having to pay for those garages themselves, the fact that they are owned by the government means the parking garages do not generate tax revenues. Billions of dollars of assets kick off no public community benefits when structured this way. That would not be the norm absent such this kind of unique and extraordinary arrangement. As a consequence of the RCID's insulation from regular governance practices elsewhere in Florida, Disney has been able to gain a significant artificially manufactured competitive advantage as created by the RCID privilege granting legislation and been able to impose externalities upon surrounding communities without legal consequences.
And Universal is doing a good job of actually providing for the community with their special district.
Housing and social services in Orange County and Osceola County in particular have been borne by those counties with only partial contribution for those effects from Disney's tax obligations. It has negatively affected the quality of life for Disney employees, and yet Disney has not had full responsibility for those effects. These findings in my report are also supported by the expert report submitted by the Kimley Horn firm and attached to the overall report under consideration today. The Kimley Horn report concludes, for example, quote, the RCID, with all the powers granted under the 1967 Act, functioned entirely to support Disney's resort operations and is not accountable to the surrounding counties or to a general public in the district. The structure seems to be primarily self-serving.
Yeah, guys, this
and was one of the reasons the plan has not permitted residents to live in the district and have an active role.
It's much better when we can just cut it up and add commentary in between.
Quote,
he's also moving fast
cities
enough
in
that
the
it's hard to
RCID are
put
essentially
commentary
paper
in there.
cities. They do not have individual comprehensive plans or elected representatives supported by a resident population. There's no provision for employee housing in either of these cities, nor is there any provision for other residents who are not employees but support or are part of the activities and businesses in the district. The district itself did not function as a typical Florida governmental body, end quote. Kimley Horn also states, quote, given the substantial level of Walt Disney World's impact on the regional transportation system, it is surprising that the company has not taken more of a leadership role in or responsibility for addressing regional traffic and other transportation problems, end quote. And finally, Kimley Horn concludes, quote, normally planning within Florida, including the development of comprehensive plans, land development regulations, and actions related to particular development proposals requiring official action, is mediated by a public accountability system consisting of elected officials and legally required public involvement. The unusual makeup of the district's governing body complicates the efficacy of any public participation process. Because the district does not hold elections by residents, any planning performed by the district is devoid of the normal mechanism of accountability that would underpin public participation efforts. Historically, RCID has de-annexed any residential developments within its historic borders. Even if the district held public meetings on long-term or current planning issues, the process lacks the typical feedback mechanism of a regular local election cycle, end quote. And I did say finally, but I have one last quote from Kimberly Horn's report, which is consistent with my findings, that says, quote, the breadth of authority and unity of ownership result in a situation where planning decisions are accountable primarily to a single private business interest and not accountable to the typical range of community stakeholders. Furthermore, this preferential situation is not similarly afforded to other businesses in the same industry. Essentially, the largest and primary business interest in the district has been in control of its own approving body as it relates to land development without meaningful accountability to other stakeholders or a clear incentive to serve the public interest. This could be considered a major plan infirmity, end quote. A democracy deficit exists whenever a powerful special interest drafts the legislation that ultimately defines how that private entity will be regulated, as Disney did with the 1967 Act, with little to no resistance in getting their preferred package passed by the legislature. While Disney accepted certain limits on its authority after some objections from Orange County, there were otherwise few changes from what Disney proposed and what the Florida legislature swiftly passed. Indeed, despite the dramatic power shift at issue in the legislation, it was swept up in popular appeal, the consequence of a successful lobbying campaign. There are a variety of other reasons why Disney was able to accomplish this that are described in the report, and how Disney was able to sustain its level of power and influence over time is also in that report. The other thing that is described there is the importance of the ways in which process-driven protections for good governance all serve important purposes. Finally, it's important to point out this idea of masking, which is another way in which this kind of lobbying becomes very successful. Part of the reason why Disney's influence has been sustained, why the belief that Disney is vital to the community has become so embedded, and why the use of the governmental resources to benefit Disney has been so deeply accepted as legitimate, stems from its highly successful masking that it has covered the blemishes of the 1967 Act and hidden the wealth transferring nature of Disney's influence.
So
Disney
he should be
clearly
saying
deployed several
pixie
masks
dusting.
in its public relation campaign, posturing the 1967 Act, RCID powers, and Disney privileges as in the public interest. Many of these masks hid the private benefits it receives from the public entities over which it exerts substantial influence and control. Those masks are all detailed in the report, and I'd be happy to answer questions about them. In addition to masking, there are other ways, means of coloring the perspectives of potential critics, decreasing the likelihood that they might mobilize in opposition, and there are other tactics for motivating others to become allies. Several mechanisms have been deployed by Disney to make it harder for members of the RCID and the community to appreciate the dangers of Disney's vast influence over irregular governing processes or to generate biases in Disney's favor. Disney has a constant incentive to manufacture alignment of interest between it and the political decision makers in and around the RCID in Florida generally. That's what we would expect of an interest group, and that's what we see the facts demonstrating as evidence of the theory. And Disney has a constant incentive to influence the public narrative in its favor. Disney's planned the demographics and conditions of residency to make the existing, quote, voters, unquote, in the RCID and the employees of the RCID purposely aligned with Disney rather than truly independent voters. These and other measures create a natural constituency for Disney. They make individuals feel indebted to Disney, and Disney officials make conscious efforts to make people, including RCID employees, feel proud to feel like their public service responsibilities are aligned with acting as agents of Disney. Each of those consequences of Disney's influence efforts are threats to independent decision-making grounded in the public interest. There's a concerning level of influence and control in the structure and culture of governance, making these circumstances worthy of further scrutiny and reform by the CFTOD board or the Florida legislature. This report also adds insights on the idea from the law and economics literature on single interest entities. But I'll conclude by pointing out
he needs
that
to be very
in light
specific
of
that Disney entirely captured
the insights
RCID.
of this
They
report
100%
combined with
control.
that provided by other parts of this overall audit, government actors should recognize that they have an obligation to correct flaws in governance regimes. Here are the governance problems and the inherent flaws creating high susceptibility to interest group influence in the 1967 Act and the RCID structure demand legislative attention. The one thing that we've realized in studying these facts is that there's no real way to prevent this kind of interest group influence, but for actions to be taken in the governing authorities to create barriers to that kind of influence. In a system of constitutional government, legislative actors therefore have a duty to take corrective action when they become aware the public interest has been sold out to a private interest, especially when the system itself, as here, is set up to ensure that the normal accountability mechanisms are missing, such as in the 1967 Act doing that, and there are no self-correcting checks or mechanisms that will be capable of doing so. Research reveals that institutional safeguards raise the cost of decision-making in a purposeful and useful manner. They are most effective at curbing abuse and guarding against infiltration of the public system by private interests. In direct contrast, the 1967 Act attempts to instead smooth the way for interest group influence by making decision-making easier for the RCID by dismantling process checks regularly present in systems of democratic accountability, by reducing enumerated limits on power, and by eliminating space for other countervailing auxiliary measures to operate that might otherwise act as institutional or systematic checks. Thus, the legislature and the CFTOD board are in a position to evaluate how to restore and create the kinds of checks that ensure better and more accountable
He's being very
governance,
thorough,
make
but
it
he's
more
also
difficult
kind of
for
repeating
private
himself at
interest
this
groups like
point.
Disney to capture public power. While this report has already identified substantial infirmities and factual support to test the predictions that the academic literature supports, a continuation of this evaluative process should be a major focus of future investigative efforts to develop an even more complete record regarding RCID and Disney operations on the ground across the past 50 plus years. The standards of good governance and democratic accountability can be restored in this area, but doing so will require an analysis of the infirmities in the system across those metrics. And it requires an acknowledgement of the duty to take corrective actions to infuse the system with these features and to excise from the system the undue private influence that is propped up by the 1967 Act, by the RCID structure set forth in that Act, and by the failure to expose and publicly acknowledge the infirmities brought by private interest dominance that has occurred for too many years. With that, I commend to you the complete report, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have. Thank you for the time.
Very thorough report. Also, Jonas, I know you got to run, so thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, so glad to be here. And this guy is amazing, despite his dry, very fast delivery.
Yeah. He clearly knows.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board today. I'd like to highlight
Jonas,
a few of the most
thank you for having me on.
of the
I'll
audit.
catch you more later
And
on
I'd like
the
to start by
analysis if I
addressing
can.
the consistent
we'll
pattern
definitely link up
of
on
the
this
prior
later.
board of approving actions that only benefited Disney. And there are many examples in the audit, but I'll touch on just a few. One of them relates to the Disney Spring garages. These are 3 garages that are constructed by Disney Springs, and they cost hundreds of millions of dollars to build. In fact, it was $700 million to build the 3 garages. And Disney is the only one benefiting from these garages. There's no other taxpayer in the district that's benefiting. Now, Disney may say, well, we're the biggest taxpayer, so what's the big deal? And the reality is, as the audit shows, there are 57 other taxpayers in the district, and they pay at least 13% of the district's taxes. So 13% of $700 million, that's $91 million of obligations and liabilities that were foisted upon the other taxpayers in this district for something that did not benefit them. And the story is actually even worse than that, because Disney, in many of its leases, also passes through these tax obligations to the district to many of their tenants. They do so in provisions that are called central area maintenance payments, so-called CAM provisions that are built into commercial leases and require the tenants to pay the property taxes associated with that property. Disney has stonewalled us. We have tried to figure out the extent to which they are passing on their tax obligations to their tenants, and they have refused to provide us with that information. But the bottom line is, whether it's 91 million or well over $100 million of value that was siphoned off by Disney with the willing cooperation of prior boards in the district. That's not the only benefit that accrued solely to Disney's advantage. As has been mentioned before, Disney was also paying on an annual basis millions of dollars to Disney for tickets and merchandise and subsidizing cruises that employees took. And Disney was the only taxpayer in the district to receive these benefits that over time amounted to tens of millions of dollars. And here again, the other taxpayers in the district were being forced to pay for this perk. It was also pernicious, those passes, because they created in so-called discounts the illusion that Disney was doing something to benefit the employees. But the passes were paid for not by Disney, but by the taxpayers in the district. And the quote-unquote discounts that the employees received, 40% on cruises, large discounts on merchandise and food from Disney stores, those were that they amounted to a significant amount of money, and they were paid for. They weren't a true discount. They were paid for by the district back to Disney,
which is super.
And Disney benefited from this arrangement in a myriad of ways. But one of the ways was that its views on contested questions within the district would prevail. One example I would give you is the Shades of Green Resort. This is a resort that is operated for the benefit of U.S. service members and their families, those who are currently serving, and veterans. And many of the veterans and service members who stayed there wanted to get access to the Magic Kingdom by crossing a street and going through the Polynesian village to a ferry. And in fact, Disney did not want the guests at the Shades of Green to have a pedestrian crossing with a signal. They did not want, Disney certainly did not want a bridge, a pedestrian bridge to be built to facilitate access to the Polynesian village and the ferry boat. And Disney's views have prevailed. They prevailed under the prior management and the prior board. When Disney said jump, that prior board often said how high.
Yep.
Another troubling aspect of the audit that we've heard a little bit about, but is the vendor preferences and the fact that it was
racial quota.
A walled garden and that it was a short list of authorized contractors.
Yep.
There was not a formal binding bidding process. There was a complete lack of transparency. And we've heard today that under the current board, now there is transparency. And the contracts that are being bid out are open for the public to see. But that certainly was not the case under the prior regime. Another aspect of the audit that I'd like to touch upon relates to the utility facilities. Under the old act, the district was able to own its own utility, and in fact, could even build a nuclear power plant if it wanted to. And up until 2003,
instead
Disney owned the utilities, the utility facilities. But in 2003, the decision was made for Disney to offload those assets onto the district. And the purchase price was significant. It was $70 million.
They sold
that
the assets
district
for 70
paid to
million.
Disney in 2003, financed by bonds. And
government
as far as we can
bonds.
tell, based on the investigation that was taken in connection with the audit, there was no evidence of any formal evaluation process. Obviously, in a transaction worth $70 million, one would expect to see due diligence, to see a formal valuation process, and there was none of that we've been able to find any evidence of. And it would be highly irregular for a transaction of this magnitude to proceed without any of those safeguards.
That's
Disney
conservative
also was
saying highly
able to
irregular.
engage in an extraordinary degree of regulatory capture over the prior board. As you may know, to be a board member under the prior regime, the board members had to own land. Well, Disney would give them the land that would permit them to serve and fulfill that requirement. And Disney would give it to them for the period of time while they were board members. And then Disney went so far for many of the board members to actually pay their property taxes.
Bribery
These
and
are
corruption of a public official.
obligations
Also
of the prior board members. And yet
Also,
for many
welcome,
of them,
Duncan, Idaho,
Disney went so
remember.
far as to cut the checks on Disney bank accounts to pay these taxes. One can't imagine it really in any other part of the country, a private regulated entity paying the personal taxes of a city mayor, a council member. It's just extraordinary. And that is what happened in the prior regime. Disney, in light of what we've been hearing about from Mr. Jennings and Professor Koshin and the items I've highlighted, it's hardly surprising that in a governmental system where they could avoid hundreds of millions of dollars of impact fees as they went on a building spree, that Disney wanted to try to preserve that type of sweetheart arrangement. And they did so by entering into a series of 11th hour deals to try to extend the status quo. They entered into a development agreement, which purported to confer on Disney the ability to decide what was going to be built in the district. They entered into a restrictive covenant agreement, which purported to restrict the district's ability to use its own property as it saw fit. And it all did so in a way that certainly was not an arm's length transaction. As we previously detailed, these agreements were dead on arrival. They were riddled with procedural and substantive irregularities that rendered them null and void from the beginning, including the fact that they lacked proper notice,
It is a
that the
four-letter
district
word.
had not followed the
Others don't
steps
say
necessary to
irregularity.
adopt these development agreements, that they were so one-sided that they lacked any consideration for the district, which is a requirement of any contract, and that they constituted improper delegation of government power to Disney, among other shortcomings and flaws. And rather than simply accepting that, Disney went out and launched a campaign of litigation. They went to federal court and they had a myriad of different claims. And now all of those claims have been dismissed with one exception,
except for one,
and that
which is gonna
one
get
remaining
wrecked.
count is foreclosed by binding circuit precedent. Now there's litigation in the state court that
So what he
the
just
district
said is their
commenced in
freedom of
response
speech
to
argument
Disney's
is
improperly
bullshit.
going to federal
That's what he said
court,
in a very polite
with many of the
way.
issues. And this is a dispute where there are many dispositive legal issues. And instead of allowing the court to simply assess those dispositive legal questions based on the briefing, Disney launched a round of invasive discovery, which is expensive and wasteful, and is a further
Talking about the
example
lawsuit,
of
federal and
Disney
state
driving
lawsuit.
up the cost for the other taxpayers
Yep.
in the district. Disney has said that, quote, "We are extremely proud of our impact
How
on
much
the
is the
Central
Saudi going to cost
Florida
Disney?
economy
A lot.
over the past century,"
A lot.
close quote. But one wonders what they are proud of. Are they proud of 100,000 workers who have to sit in traffic and commute every day because there's little or no workforce housing?
There's none.
Are they proud of a district in which there's not a single school, in which there's not a single public library, in which there's not a single hospital? Are they proud of evading hundreds of millions of dollars of impact fees?
Yep.
They could have ameliorated the transportation situation. The bottom line is Disney's put forth a fairy tale in which the prior governance structure was a model of good governance. But the audit shows that the exact opposite is true. And we know that the audit's conclusion is correct. How do we know that? Because throughout the United States, throughout the last 55 years, there is not one single jurisdiction that has decided to emulate and replicate this system of governance. And that is proof positive that the prior model was indeed a failure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, that is a closing
Thank you, Mr.
argument
Thompson.
today.
Do my fellow board members have any questions or comments?
Closing argument. Mexican Iron Man real quick says, I'm on lunch break listening from Tampa, Florida. Let me get this straight. All this illegal payments and I only get 30 years a share?
Yes, sir.
What the?
I've got
What's up, Mexican Iron Man?
I don't want to, maybe we should hop around, but I guess I'll just start with Mr. Jennings. First of all, thank you all for the
You're going to question all of them now.
presentations, the thoroughness which you engaged in your task and working alongside you all. It's really, your reputations all preceded you, but I'm certainly thankful and I'm not surprised, and was, even my high expectations were exceeded throughout the process. Mr. Jennings, a couple questions. You mentioned that prior to 1978, all of the employees of the district were Disney employees. So by my math,
This is
that's the first
Charbel
30
Barakat
years
speaking.
Of the district,
Formerly of
all
DR
of its
Horton.
employees were on the Disney books. So what? First of all, is that right? And what changed? Can we tell what changed in? I'm sorry, was it 1998? 1998. Thank you.
Actually, sorry, still
what
with
changed in
DR. Still with
1998?
Unfortunately, I don't know. It's lost a little bit in the sands of time, but my understanding was that Disney made the decision to have a separate payroll set up for the district in 98. And so all of the people who were Disney employees who were working for the district were then transferred to the separate district payroll. But I don't know the reason for that.
Is it fair to say that's somewhat uncommon in terms of in your observations? Have you observed that in other special districts where there's that kind of overlap?
I've never encountered anything like it, actually.
You mentioned that there was no independent valuation.
Okay, I'll bring my volume a little.
$7 million impact cost of the Disney-owned golf course. Sounds like there were some editorial comments made that this was a great economic deal. I wonder, absent a economic independent economic valuation, on what basis do we have for that observation, or do we have any?
No basis.
Probably
that
the
we
problem
could
with
find.
them.
18 million in roadway repairs reallocated to the general fund, and that it sounds like.
Oh, Charbel's mic is too far away.
The efforts were really.
It's Charbel. It's not me, guys.
Repairs were predominantly emphasized on the roads
Charbel's
used
not
by,
talking into his mic.
visitors by I guess to the parks, but that suggests to me that maybe roadways used predominantly by employees or by neighboring residents were ignored in the process. Is that fair?
That's what we observed and physically observed it. Took some photographs that are included in our report.
Those are my questions for you. I'll let others.
So Charbel's a lawyer. He has some pretty good questions.
I'll reserve some time for questions to the other experts.
Supervisor Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And kind of picking up where the Vice Chair left off, Mr. Jennings, first, I very much appreciate your expertise and your report, and I very much appreciate your just the facts Joe Friday approach to your task. It was extremely helpful to me. I think it was extremely objective, and it's certainly supported by a significant amount of data that you have included as exhibits in the report. I wanted to pick up on the deferred maintenance for the roads. That is a narrative that we've heard. And so I want to dig into that a little bit. Everyone, of course, is entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts. And one of the things that people are saying about this board is that we have deferred road maintenance out of some nefarious motivation to somehow hurt the district. And nothing could be further from the truth. I can tell you that this board takes public safety extremely seriously. It was one of the top, if not the top priority. And you can see that through the fire department staffing. You can see that through the new vehicles. You can see that through the FDOT, DOT, railway safeguards that we've installed that were cut out of old budgets. But I want to just dig into this because I was shocked to find out that this deferred road maintenance problem is something that we inherited that was intentionally done by the prior board. Is that accurate?
That's what we found.
Could you explain that just a little bit more detail? So instead of us creating a problem, we have inherited a problem that we are now digging a hole out of a hole. And the problem has been compounded by the fact that you have supply chain issues and you have labor issues that make it more difficult for us to now catch up on the road maintenance. Is everything that I said, do you agree with that? And can you expound on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's correct. The problem actually dates to 2018. And unfortunately, I don't know what precipitated the decision in 2018 to, it appears to us, to intentionally divert money from road projects to the general fund to create this sort of surplus in the general fund. But that process started in 2018. And in fairness, we were told by employees a variety of things that, there were weather issues, the person who was the head of the department responsible for the road maintenance was over aggressive in making budget requests, supply chain issues, et cetera. Once again, we saw no evidence of any of that. And the fact of the matter is, when you say someone's overly aggressive, what I hear from my many years of experience is that the road maintenance requirements that were put forth as part of the budget were necessary. If that's true, the person who was responsible for executing those budgets was simply unable to complete the work. But that should have been detected in 2019 and corrected then. And it was not. It was allowed to persist. And
they
you can
had
see
a
it.
chance
if you look
to
in our
fix
report,
this,
we actually
and they
have
chose not to do it.
Empirical analysis
shows
of the road
intent.
conditions, and you'll
This
notice
is showing
that they
intent.
deteriorate after 2017. So starting into this 2018 period. And remember, the supply chain issues that they're referring to
Deferred
had to
maintenance
do with
is
the pandemic.
way more costly.
That was
and you got to
a
understand the
late
cost
2019,
of gas,
early 2020
the cost of
phenomenon.
petroleum
It would
affects
not have affected
asphalt.
2018 or 2019. And
They
so,
had a chance to get low gas prices.
we
to get
just
low
simply didn't see
asphalt
any
prices.
evidence
Didn't do it.
of
To lock it in.
a series of underlying natural causes for the deficiencies in road maintenance. And on the other hand, it does appear that there was an intent to create this surplus in the general fund, although we don't know the reason for that.
I have one question I want to ask of all three of our experts. So I'll ask Mr. Jennings first, and then Professor Koshin and Attorney Thompson can think about it when it's their turn to answer questions. I think that you've used the word anti-competitive when you discuss the procurement, the closed loop that you discussed. And that to me also means anti-innovation in terms of a government, because this is a government.
Disney was not innovating, and neither was RCID.
And evolves as new best practices arise. For example, affordable housing, public transportation.
They were doing none of it.
Do that. The RCID.
The monorail is not public transportation, by the way, guys.
To do that by the people at the top, of course, and the board and by
monorail is not public transit.
Of serving only.
There's no public access to the monorail.
So my question to you is, this new act has been described by someone as anti-business. And I wanted to get your reaction to someone
By the
claiming
woke
that the new
Disney
structure
defender
was
guy in the
somehow
audience.
the old structure was not anti-business.
Well, I don't know what they mean by anti-business. I would say that the empirical evidence that we collected suggests that the prior structure was certainly anti-competitive, meaning
The
there
prior
were
structure
significant
was
barriers to new
anti-competitive.
businesses being able to operate in the district. What's changed about that, and of course, we've interviewed a number of employees who are directly involved in this process, is a concerted effort to increase the number of vendors who are able to bid to provide products and services to the district. My own definition of business would be that's pro-business when you're inviting new people to participate in the economic opportunity in the district.
I love it. Brian Telesh provides, I'm thinking DeSantis needs that
Any
Reedy
other
Creek
comments,
prison
questions
built
from my fellow
just to
board
hold
members?
all the
Yes.
criminal rats of Disney. I love it.
Several of you, I think certainly Mr. Koshin and Mr. Thompson
Sleeping Dragon says,
mentioned,
for the love of God,
the issue
please
with
stop
regards
taking
to
rats
regional
with Disney. Sorry.
transportation and the lack of contribution coming from Disney that could have come had the structure of governance been different. I'm wondering if you might be able to elaborate on that a little bit, because here in the district, if you're in the district, the roads are typically fantastic. Traffic is easy. It's beautiful. The moment you get off, you get on the 192 or you get on one of the other surrounding roads,
it's bad.
It might take an hour and a half to go a mile and a half. It's an interesting
took
thought,
care
more
of Disney
than interesting,
roads.
disappointing that perhaps far more funds could have been invested and far more thought could have been
Millions!
invested if the governance had been different here.
Millions could have gone into 192 and I-4.
Yeah.
I'll take a crack at that and just say
Okay.
that certainly I think that's right. If we look at those impact fees, I believe there's something like 36,000 hotel rooms that Disney has in the district. If those were located in Orange County or Osceola County or pretty much anywhere else, there's an acknowledgement that when you build hotel rooms, then you create traffic. And that has to be taken into account. And that's what the impact fees are for. And Disney has been able to weasel out of over 130 million of transportation impact fees alone. And there are other impact fees for the fire department, police, etc. So it's not just, it's well more than $130 million. How were they able to get out of that? Regulatory capture. I mentioned the fact that Disney was paying the personal tax obligations of many of the prior board members, and giving them land too, and showering them with perks, etc. 40% discounts on Disney cruises and the like. And so when you put that all together, you've got a extreme example of regulatory capture, and the result is terrible.
And I'll add that one of the issues we have here is certainly financing, and the failure to require the internalization of the costs of the actions. Another is the governance structure itself not requiring the level of coordination that otherwise might occur.
No way of weasel outing out of that.
If there was not an insulation of governing authority inside the district.
Weasel out is a good one, though.
For Disney. The other problem is just a physical one, and that is because Disney has made sure that the district never has any significant amount of housing,
no housing,
significant affordable housing for its employees. Disney has created a physical reality outside of the district, which includes a lot of stressors on those transportation systems from the vast workforce that is required to live outside the district. And that too is a direct result of Disney's level of power and influence and continued insulation.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Any other
that
comments?
was not really a subject of our investigation.
I did have a couple for Professor Koshin. I didn't know we were going to take them one at a time. And Vice Chair, I don't know if you wanted to take the lead on that, or
Why don't you go ahead? I've certainly got a few.
okay. Thank you, sir. Just briefly, Professor Koshin, I believe in your report you brought up the shades of green pedestrian
which
bridge,
is owned by which is
example.
veteran, supposed
And
to help
I think
veterans,
there are
right?
emails that are included.
See how
as
much Disney
exhibits
cares about
in the report,
veterans?
which were very interesting to me because
Zero.
when we first got on the board, when I was first appointed, I received several emails from veterans saying that they stayed at Shades of Green, and one veteran in particular was a disabled veteran that said that it was extremely convenient for him to be able to get to the monorail and the ferries across the walkway that was being eliminated by whatever project was going on, and that he wanted us to revisit that as a board and to correct that and to provide some type of pedestrian access for our veterans from Shades of Green to the monorail and to the ferries that was essentially being removed, eliminated, taken away, as being impossible for them to get there by those means. And I asked the old leadership about that at the time. And the answer I got was, well, there's nothing we can do. It's not within our jurisdiction. It's between the federal government and Disney. And essentially what they were saying was that the federal government had the lease for Shades of Green, and it was really between the federal government and Disney. Well, I come to find out, based on your report, that it actually was under our jurisdiction, and it was something that our planning department had essentially advocated for the pedestrian bridge, and they were eventually overruled. And so I take that as an opportunity. For me, this is much more about informing the future and the future direction and opportunities that this board has and that this district has. So I want to thank you for pointing that out. And I know I've already talked to Mr. Gilzine about putting that on our short-term list to evaluate the district constructing a
Shades of
pedestrian
Green,
bridge
I like
or
that.
providing some type of way for those veterans to get to the monorails and to the ferries.
This is
in-
more
in the
entertaining than the
manner that
last
they
3
used to be
Star
able
Wars
to do
films and all
prior to
Phase
that
4
being
Marvel
taken
films.
away.
Come on, that's right.
So
Thank you
that's
guys for
more of just a
smashing the
comment
like.
to you to thank you for that. And then I did want to just give you and Mr. Thompson an opportunity to answer that question. In terms of the anti-competitive nature of the old act, one of the things I think that's brought up in Dr. Koshin's report, Professor Koshin's report, is the fact that a lot of businesses popped up on 192 and I-4 in the 1970s and 1980s on the promise of the investment of Disney in this area. And then in the 1980s and 1990s and 2000s, Disney essentially was given carte blanche to compete with those businesses within the district with advantages that you've all outlined, not having to pay impact fees. I have a
Huge.
client that wanted to change a 5,000 square foot retail store. to a
Impact
CrossFit
fees
gym.
are fees you
And
pay
the city wanted to charge him
unit.
$21,000 in transportation impact fee for that. That is common.
Opening a
He had to hire
store
a traffic engineer to do a traffic study,
costs
and then
you
we were only able to knock it down to
$21,000
$17,000. And
in
that was just
impact
to change the
fees.
use from
This
the
is what
store to a
people don't
CrossFit
know.
gym. So every property owner, every developer in the state of Florida has to pay impact
Everyone.
fees. Many jurisdictions have impact fees for parks and recreation, for schools, for fire services.
These are local fees nobody
so
knows
it's
about.
not just transportation, but the businesses on 192 and I-4, they had to pay all the application fees. They had to go through a true development review process with whatever local jurisdiction they had to go through.
Disney had no review.
And yet, as we see in the report, a lot of those businesses went out of business as a result of the competition. So from my question to Mr. Jennings was more focused on the procurement side. I'd like to ask you guys more focused on that element of the nature of having a corporation, particularly one of the most powerful, successful corporations in the world, owning its own government and having the ability to exercise governmental functionalities. Is the new act anti-business compared to that setup? And let me know your thoughts on that.
Sure, I'll start, and you are highlighting a lot of great points here. One, let me start with just a bit of an explanation of why interest groups do what they do, and
Absolutely.
what the law and economics
Told you
literature
so.
calls rent-seeking behavior
Love
is
it.
what we're seeing at play here. It's when you're trying to seek some kind of advantage from the channels of governmental power that you could not otherwise get in the marketplace.
Duncan, Disney
in other
is
words,
feeling
you get some
idiotic
kind of
for
exemption,
not
such as
settling
exemption
this
from
right
paying
now.
the fees that all your competitors do.
For going
That becomes an
toe-to-toe with
advantage
Florida.
because
It
your
was
costs
a
are lower.
horrible
whereas
Horrible
your competitors
choice.
don't have
They
the same
lost
lowering
out
of their
on
costs,
all of
which
this
means you have
grift.
a now artificially created advantage
what?
over your competitors.
Because you wanted
So
to
this
call
rent
the
seeking
parental
is
rights
a
and
way to
education bill,
normally
don't
just
say
get some
gay.
kind of legislation
This
that
is
might
what
be
you lost
beneficial
out
to you, a
on?
subsidy or
This
something
massive
else.
level of
Here,
corruption?
they've got an entire governing structure to serve your interests that end up doing this, coupled with exemptions and exceptions that give you these competitive advantages. And what that means is that you are able to operate at a lower cost than your competitors, not because you innovated, not because you realize cost savings, not because you are somehow producing something more efficiently, but simply because you've received government favor. And that is why Disney has been able to drive out other businesses and get competitive edge of their own. The second consequence of that then is that it does drive out competition, and it therefore means that you do not have the natural forces of competition that make all of us better off, including the citizens of Central Florida, including the people who might be wanting to visit Disney facilities. They are all worse off because there are not these competitive pressures on Disney to, in fact, improve, innovate, and otherwise provide a better product. So one of the things that we often describe when we're teaching economics to policymakers, to judges, and other things is you need to take into account all of the unintended consequences of your actions. And when you give someone a competitive advantage artificially, you decrease the amount of competitive pressures that normally lead to innovation and improvement. And so we should expect, not only does that mean that we don't know what kind of industry might have come into the district or surrounding areas, but for this lack of competition, this ability to suppress competition that Disney has obtained by gaining RCID favor. But we also need to understand that we don't know how the products of the dominant monopolist here could have been better if they were subject to competitive forces. So my point is, we might have had people competing with Disney on all kinds of levels, at the hotel level, even at the amusement park level, and otherwise, that might have brought a better product into the mix. But we also might just have a better Disney as a result of them being forced to compete.
That's from Nelson Peltz.
We
This
don't
is from
know.
Nelson
The
Peltz.
consumers of Disney's products don't know that they might not be actually a much better company if they were forced to compete.
There you go.
That all
Disney was
leads to
getting
my final
lazy.
answer to your major question, which is, was the Reedy Creek Improvement Act of 1967 a pro-business act? Absolutely not. Nothing that embeds a private entity with public authority like that is pro-business. Simply because it gave a business an advantage does not make it pro-business. Because it is anti-competitive, because it is pro-capture, because it is providing special privileges, there's no right to, I've heard it described by some in Disney as we are losing our right to the governance regime. There's no right to a governance regime on the part of business. And so a pro-business environment in what is one that respects neutrality, it respects governance principles which provide accountability and keep out the ability for any company to seek a competitive advantage over another through the auspices of government. So really, I see nothing that was pro-business about a system which simply gives an entitlement to a particular business, and everything that's pro-business about a system that provides a neutral and level playing field for all of business to thrive.
And I agree with everything the professor has just said, and he said it far more eloquently than I could. But I would add one thing, which is governments are not bound by the antitrust laws.
Boom!
They can engage in anti-competitive conduct. So it's really pernicious when you have a corporation that totally captures the government, because they can then use those powers free and clear of the antitrust laws to, crush local competition. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
That's exactly what Disney
One
did.
real world example I'd like
Precisely
to
what
offer, 'cause
Disney did.
I was
They didn't
struck
have to
by
play
Professor
nice with
Koshin's
anybody.
remark
Disney got to
is,
be an a-hole
many of you
because they
won't
didn't have to
remember this,
compete.
but there was a time when the only company that was allowed to provide telephone service in the United States was AT&T, and I remember it well. We had these big
Nelson
giant
Peltz is
phones that were
listening.
on the wall.
Nelson Peltz
with
is
a
probably
coiled
one of the
wire and a
1,472
giant
people in the chat.
receiver. And
Hi,
that
Nelson.
was the only telephone
No, but I like you,
service
Nelson.
available
Not doing
in the
you well.
United States. And in fact, if you went back a little earlier, because AT&T wasn't willing to invest in expanding its infrastructure,
I've been told my
a
streams
lot
were
of those people that
forwarded
had the
to
phones
Florida,
on the walls
so
also
they
had
hit
what were
a
called
lot of
party
my
lines,
points here.
where they had to share their phone service with unknown other customers of AT&T, sometimes while engaged in a phone call. And so the point of me saying that is I want to reinforce Professor Koshin's point. This structure isn't really even good for Disney. You know, your question, Mr. August, about competition. Competition's a good thing. Competition brings better goods and services to all of us at better prices.
All right, I'll take it.
Also, Darren Bennett says, and thanks to Valiant Renegade and others for covering Disney. Yes, I look forward to covering on everybody's channel.
Now, you used the phrase, in describing this district, you used the phrase sui generis.
Sui generis,
right?
one of a
Correct,
kind.
yes.
Means one of a kind.
I am not I'm not a Latin scholar. I don't
Charbel's
have a
kinda
Harvard
funny.
degree. I don't even have a University of Florida degree. But I think that means
Boo.
essentially one of a kind, sprung forth from no like example before.
Charbel like won Jeopardy,
no
so
future. Is that right?
he's a real
Excellent, yes.
Okay. My one thing I do know, I've helped form probably hundreds of community development districts in the
Yes!
state of Florida.
He worked with me on that.
And I noticed that sometimes examples are given pointing to other CDE type districts, maybe,
CDDs.
affecting
It's
whether
my
it's
jam.
Universal, or elsewhere, where they are their boards are solely controlled by or appointed by the landowners, and some view that as though maybe Disney here is being treated unfairly. Now, you talked about those districts, CDDs in particular, tend to be for a very narrow purpose.
Very narrow
Very
purpose.
narrow scope of powers, specific purpose, specific limits in time. This district, I think you highlighted its uniquely generalized purpose and powers, no limit in time, no voting power. I just want to underline, is it fair to say this is a uniquely powerful special district, not just in the state of Florida, but in your observation throughout the United States?
Yes, absolutely. It is uniquely powerful. It is distinguished from the CDDs and others, despite the fact that landowners,
Way more powerful than a CDD.
The election process, it may be different, and there may be similar limitations on the election process in other districts, but the level of authority and the diversity of constituents are quite different in this. And so it is not only unique in Florida, and I think David Thompson pointed this out as well. It's unique throughout the entire United States, right? No one, I think it's probably not just that no one has adopted it because it doesn't seem like a good level of governance, but it's extraordinary that this was ever able to be accepted as a legitimate form of governance in the first place. So highly unique.
But probably not. I mean, I know that Disney and there have been other large landowners subsequent. Disney has attempted to sort of expand its operations in other areas. Is it fair to say that they've at least attempted to duplicate, but maybe haven't been successful?
I think I don't know the full facts on Disney's operations elsewhere, but I do know generally some of what you're describing. And the attempts have been unsuccessful, I would assume, because of the extraordinary ask that's being made and the wisdom of those who've rejected it.
And I guess last question, or last piece for you. In terms of, you talk a lot about negative externalities. I think, another word for that is impacts, right? We've had a lot of discussion of impact fees, and that's a fairly quantifiable number. But I can't help but wonder, do you think when we take out the number of impact fees that maybe have been left unpaid, do you think that fully captures the monetary impact of these negative externalities impacted when you take into account the 100,000 employees and the true sort of negative economic impact? Is it really fully captured by that impact fee figure, or is this a subject that might deserve some further inquiry to fully determine that impact?
No, I think it's an imperfect compensation for the overall impact that's being made, especially the impact on the community condition and the human condition of people who are forced to live long distances from their workplace simply because the employer itself is prohibiting housing near the location of the activity.
Not allow any housing.
There are other impacts which just aren't calculated in the impact fee that are imposing negative harm and externalities on the community that wouldn't be captured by
housing
the
people in a
fees.
state prison.
There's the impact on the absence of competition that would provide better services and more opportunities throughout the region if there were higher levels of competition. So I think further study needs to be done into the overall economic impact of the Disney operation and its imposition of those negative externalities beyond what would be compensated for by the impact fees. I'll ask if there are any follow-ups on that question, but I do want to say one thing about your prior question as well, which I neglected to say. And there's quite a bit of evidence that Disney sought out the extraordinary authority in Florida precisely because they were frustrated by the inability to have that in Disneyland. And the frustrations, the costs that were imposed upon them, the costs of complying with government. So Walt Disney had a real plan to avoid all the things he wished he had done in Disneyland and the surrounding communities by not replicating the need to deal with the pesky systems of governance that he had to deal with in California when he came to Florida. And that's, there are stories as to why other cities were rejected precisely because they were unwilling to provide Walt Disney with those kinds of special privileges that ultimately Florida did provide.
Thank you. You know what? One last thing. I'm sorry. Appreciate, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the indulgence. Professor Koshin, really just I want to thank you for your thorough, I would say, original analysis of this district through the prism of public choice theory. But I wonder, you also in your report acknowledged sort of a debt paid prior academics who've looked into this issue. I think he may have. I'm not sure if he's still here. Professor Fogelsong and his book, Married to the Mouse, 20 years ago. Is it fair to say that you are not the first academic to identify these flaws? That this, my sense is
this has been brought up by many people,
wholly new identification,
including myself.
Flaws that have been identified.
Hell, I think I told this to Charbel at some point himself in person.
Oh yes, that's absolutely true. It is, and Dr. Fogelsong's work was extremely useful and thorough, and in his overall methodology and study was extremely valuable to not only my work but also to, I think, exposing many of these problems. And there are other academics
That's
cited
Married
in
to the Mouse
my
by
scholarship
Richard
who've also
Fogelsong. You can
identified
get
this
it
over
on
time.
Amazon.
I try to collect
But
some
I
of them
feel like
together
I'm
and their
going to be
insights
writing an
into the
addendum.
study, and also then apply my own expertise in law and economics to show why what they were explaining fits this broader literature as well.
But it sounds like what you're saying is, even though these flaws have been publicly identified, part of this sort of capture of the district is the.
Thank you. Is this live for the 20 Legal Mindset membership?
Because it was so heavily concentrated in one, the benefit was so heavily concentrated in one entity, but maybe the negative impacts were sort of more disparate. That's part of the challenge that made reform so difficult, and maybe why we haven't seen it.
Yeah, so when you have concentrated benefits on one entity like Disney, they have they are willing to invest a lot to secure and sustain their level of influence. When you have dispersed costs, it's much harder for anyone to come and challenge them. So, I'll give you just an example. If Disney gets 100 units of benefit, $100, right, worth of benefit out of a particular decision, but they're able to spread that across, say, a community which may not even have voting authority or access to any levers of power whatsoever. But putting that aside, they're able to spread a 10-cent for this one thing, and obviously there are multiples of this that Disney is getting in terms of perks, but they're able to spread that across so everyone loses at 10 cents. Well, the people who lose at 10 cents are only willing to spend up to 10 cents to save 10 cents. Disney is willing to spend up to $100 to get $100. And so who's going to win in that kind of situation? It's always going to be the more powerful interest group who has the concentrated benefit rather than those who have the dispersed
All
costs.
super chats will be read when this ends. I'm only reading the ones that are real quick or on top.
There's an incentive on the part of those who have this access to power to get the concentrated benefits to also decrease the level of information available to people to even know that they're being harmed or how they're being harmed. In other words, how they're being harmed, that they're being harmed because Disney has special advantages. So they have an incentive to keep that information or to prevent that information from even flowing to the people who otherwise might resist. And so there's going to be an investment in control over information flows, as well as public relations campaigns that convince everyone that what's good for Disney is good for them. And that's why we see such a sophisticated operation. And this was the level of sophistication on the part of the Disney PR department from the point of creating the district in the first place and through the legislation in 1967 all the way through today is extraordinary and has been a major contributor to the success, as well as this differential, this dynamic of the differential in benefits versus burdens.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my fellow board members?
Owen Stealthfoot, welcome to the BLM. Welcome to the
I have
base
some
legal
brief
mindset.
closing comments before we vote.
Closing
I just want
comments.
to make two really basic observations.
Here we go.
Disney published a report about 2 weeks ago about all of the revenues that are generated from their businesses. And I want to make something very clear. We're thankful for that. Okay, bringing in businesses that generate revenues is a wonderful thing. But as Charlie Munger, one of the wisest men ever to live, Warren Buffett's right-hand man, used to always say, is that revenues aren't free. You have to spend to generate revenues. And the way government deals with the revenues generated by big businesses is that they charge them impact fees. And impact fees are then used for the public good, like schools, roads, affordable housing, all the things that are problematic around the district.
They're going to charge Disney
and
impact
so
fees
we're
going
grateful
forward.
to Disney for their revenues. But you understand that for 57 years, as my fellow
Disney is so
directors and these
screwed.
experts have pointed out, surrounding businesses outside of the district were paying impact fees. No impact fees were paid within the district. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And then let me just share anecdotal
That's
story.
not anecdotal. That's
Call
specific.
after our audit was published yesterday from a very successful investor. And he said, "Hey, Martin, I'm not surprised at all the problems from a governance standpoint that I've seen in that report from the old Reedy Creek board." And I said, "How do you know anything about the old Reedy Creek board?" And he said, "Are you seeing what is currently going on with respect to the Disney board? Do you see the number of sophisticated stockholders that are saying that there's a leadership problem at Disney currently?" And so last night I just looked up and did a little bit of research and found a letter from an institutional investor, a substantial investor in Disney. It's an investor called Ancora, A-N-C-O-R-A.
Oh, they
And I
covered an
quote
investor
from
call.
his letter to the board of directors of Disney.
Here we
He
go.
said, quote, "A degree of shareholder-driven change is certainly warranted in Disney's boardroom following an extended period of absent-minded governance," close quote. That is the poor governance that we were experiencing in this district.
Disney's
Disney
bad
controlled
governance
the old Reedy
was
Creek board.
RCID's bad governance.
And so it's the trickle-down effect. As the shareholders of Disney currently recognize that there's a leadership problem there, that trickled down to the old board. And so
oh man,
I have a few
Disney is
closing
melted
brief
here.
comments, and they are responsive
GFY, Bob.
to the presentation of our experts
GFY.
today. And they also relate to other things that are in this audit. So the audit is indeed comprehensive. It is also illuminating and not infrequently shocking. The audit features a litany of revelations about the district and its observations. They will astonish many, but none of them should surprise Disney. The audit indicates that Disney pulled a bait and switch at the very outset. It sold the Reedy Creek Act to Florida in the mid-60s as one thing, but proceeded to do something almost entirely different, like Professor Koshin outlined. Above all, the company failed, or perhaps rather neglected, to fulfill critical promises it made to Florida. For almost a half century, Disney used its enormous influence to defend and fortify the unprecedented government entitlements from which it as a company exclusively benefited, as our experts have outlined today. The audit documents the clever, creative, and even inappropriate tactics that were used over the decades to, yes, outmaneuver and co-opt politicians.
Boom.
At $82 billion in revenue a year, one of the world's biggest
potential bribery.
The company
corruption of public officials.
Clearly no longer needed the entitlements to prosper a long time ago. Disney shareholders were the winners, and the losers were, as you've heard here today,
Disney
the district
shareholders are
itself,
keep losing.
its employees, its taxpayers, local vendors who spoke here today, citizens of Central Florida, and even the federal government. The audit indicates that Disney never delivered on its century-old promise to create housing in the district.
Get in the feds involved.
And this has caused avoidable quality of life issues for district employees. The failure to collect impact fees by the district for so many years has exacerbated traffic and environmental problems for Central Florida, according to the report. The audit documents how obstructions were created to favor Disney vendors over the other vendors, some that spoke here today, that are now available thanks to Mr. Gilzine because of the new policies. And they're now doing business with the district. Disney sold its utility operation, as Mr. Thompson noted, to the district for many, many millions of dollars. And our experts have not been able to validate that a fair price was paid to the district. Even tax income was hidden for years from the federal government. From the $700 million parking garages that Mr. Thompson talked about to millions of dollars in inappropriate government perks that Mr. Jennings talked about, the audit shows how Disney benefited to the exclusion of many other taxpayers in the district. Because district money, taxpayer money, that were paid by other taxpayers, non-Disney companies, were used for the exclusive benefit of Disney's properties. The audit shows that Disney even paid the real estate taxes for some of the government officials who were charged with regulating its business practices. I've got to repeat that. Where have you seen that? The audit shows that Disney even paid real estate taxes for some of the government officials who were charged with regulating its business practices. Given the stunning facts in the audit, it is especially shameful that Disney is still trying to preserve its entitlements, let alone through unlawful 11th
All
hour
Disney
agreement,
cares about
as is revealed in those lawsuits against the district. Disney,
entitlements.
to this day, refuses to acknowledge any infirmities, any. They're saying that 1967 act that they tried to stick us in the mud with is good today. What do you know of any business or government that's functioning the same today as they were in 1967? It just isn't the case. So they refuse to acknowledge any infirmities with respect to those one-sided agreements that date back 57 years. The Reedy Creek Act was a Pandora's box, a curse disguised in the form
Elon
of
should
a
be
beautiful
getting his
gift.
popcorn right now.
Now that the truth is out, Florida lawmakers and government officials should expel the curse with more reforms to the district. There are many referenced in the audit in terms of reforms that should be welcomed on a bipartisan basis. Traffic solutions, schools, affordable housing. Who argues against that? Disney. So as the audit demonstrates, the district was indeed in dire need of reform. And thus the legislature was amply warranted in passing the new legislation this year to begin reforming the district, This has enabled our board to implement a myriad of reforms. We look forward to working with other government officials to continue to reform the district to serve the public good that Professor Koshin, Mr. Jennings, and Mr. Thompson outlined, and which are more discussed in more detail in this 80-page report that with its supplements is hundreds of pages. So that's all I have to say. If my fellow directors don't have any more questions or
There's
comments,
no way to put a
or
pixie
experts
dust
have nothing
sprinkle on
else to
this.
add, I would like to ask if there is a motion to approve the independent audit.
Let's
prepared
go.
By a number of very qualified.
Let's go.
Is there such a motion?
I'll proudly so move.
Proudly supported.
Any further discussion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? So let the record reflect that that motion passes unanimously.
Woo, baby.
We're now down to unfinished business.
Okay, so the
or
meeting
other
should be
business.
wrapping here shortly.
And I would ask my fellow directors and general counsel and Mr. Gilzine, is there any
be wrapping
unfinished
here
business
shortly
or other
with the
business
meeting.
to be
We're
discussed?
gonna get to all the super chats,
Mr.
guys.
Chair,
I
if
see
might,
all
just
26 of
briefly, I
them.
know we've had a very long meeting.
We're gonna get
but
all of
we're
them.
coming to the end of the year, and at the beginning of this board, we were kind of looking for some structure before Mr. Gilzine, and we used to talk about things at the end of the meeting about things that we'd like to see coming up. And with the eye towards the future and the new year, I think that housing affordability is a huge issue, and so is public transportation. In that,
real quick,
in
that
line
vote
with
means that they are
one of the things the
approving that audit.
legislature required
The
us to
version that
do,
had come out was a draft.
along with the report that we just accepted, was to develop a new comprehensive plan by 2026. And so I believe that we need to start that process in earnest. I think the report, the historical context of the report gives us a good opportunity to start that process. Obviously, the comprehensive planning process takes a while and is inclusive and collaborative with all of our taxpayers. That would be an outstanding opportunity to start developing and adopting some state-of-the-art policies and practices on affordable housing and public transportation. One thing that is extremely important to note about the new act is that it empowers the district to invest in projects outside of the district. And so it is entirely possible, entirely feasible for the district to provide incentives for affordable housing developments and public transportation that are even not within the district. And so collaborating with our council and our planning staff and Mr. Gilzine, I'd like to kind of launch that effort and do it enthusiastically and look at this as a springboard to the future on actually delivering on those things and doing it over the next year, maybe even sooner. Another comment, I'm super excited about the swearing in of our new firefighters. I think we have 21, 22.
So all that talk about
23
employees
new
quitting en
firefighters,
masse
and I
was
would
complete
highly
BS.
encourage, I know Mr. Gilzine, do a big public swearing in ceremony, and let's really celebrate that accomplishment for the fire department and for the district. And I think that only other comment, and hopefully Mr. Gilzine, please don't kill me, but again, looking forward to things. I know that you're working on a maternity and paternity leave policy. My wife and I
Maternity leave, okay, all
paternity
right.
leave for either of our children.
Guys, we'll talk
our
about
daughter,
the stock
and
price. I
our
mean,
adopted
obviously,
son.
we'll talk
And
about
so
that
I
with
know
others,
you're
guys.
also looking
But
at
there's a lot of
maternity
factors
leave
going on
policy,
right now,
and so
so
that's really
don't
important for me.
think the
So our
stock
employees,
price is
I
gonna
want you
has to
know we're
immediately
not
reflect
thinking
this.
about you. We're
This may
always
not
thinking
be
about you, and
reflected
we're always
for a
thinking about
bit.
ways to make your experience here the best possible experience, and that's something I'm looking forward to in the coming months to talk about those policies. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. Any further comments?
Mr. Chair, I'll have to just, I appreciate Supervisor Onyx raising these issues. I too, I'm looking forward. We really, truly, in terms of the opportunities to help foster, and I appreciate the public comments earlier. And I think from the
Look
public
at that.
comments from the report, the need for this district to address affordable housing issues, transportation issues I think they've been abundantly clear for a long time to anybody that's sat, whether you're an employee or a visitor who sat in traffic on I-4 trying to access this district. If you're sitting in the parking lot that is occasionally I-4, I think it's obvious enough that there's room for improvement, particularly as the surrounding suburbs around this district have grown significantly over the last 15 to 20 years. There's an overwhelming need. And I think on a going forward basis, I think it's important, trying to identify further and do some deeper dives into the negative externalities that were spoken to and the true sort of monetary costs of what we've maybe failed as a district to address in the past. And two, maybe using that as an opportunity to launch ourselves forward and develop a plan going forward. And I think so. I just would like to truly echo those comments, and I'm looking forward to digging. I'll happily work with you, Brian, and the rest of this team, along with Mr. Gilzine, of course, to engage on those issues in the coming year. And also, Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah and Happy New Year to everybody.
Anything further? If not, thank you to everybody for your interest and for joining us today. We now stand adjourned.
Boom! So we're done there, guys. That was the CFTOD meeting. Hope you guys enjoyed that. We're going to get to all the super chats now. I'm going to answer all your questions as well as pull up some crazy exhibits from this. And we're going to break it down for you guys here. But thank you. Make sure you smash the like button. You're subscribed. Appreciate all of you guys sticking around. Let's do this with all of the comments. First, starting with the members. Thank you, Changer of the Ways, for joining as a new member. Appreciate you very, very much. and also all those members who contributed the gift memberships. Appreciate you. Let's go in and said all they had to do was shut up. Absolutely. That's all they got to do. All right, let's start from the top here. Pinochet's helicopter corps says, not enough to name names. When did prosecution start? And then continued, how do we keep the feds from protecting Disney? Here's my theory on that. Look, I know that Biden's feds are not people that generally we find reliable, but there's a certain point at which they have to investigate. These crimes are so clear on their face. They're so obvious, whether it's the SEC, whether it's the MSRB with the bonds, whether it's the IRS with the self-reporting, right? They're reporting that we did something wrong, right? You've got all those things going on. Then you have the DOJ on top of that. So all of these branches can't just ignore it. They have to at least look into it. And another side, which someone brought up in the chat, is I don't think they're going to go out there to just solely protect Iger. I think the Democrats, as soon as it's opportune, are going to drop Iger like a bad habit. I don't think they have any reason to protect him, particularly if he's on the wrong side of losing a proxy war. But thank you for those chats. Uncle Roger said, how do you do anything? How you do anything is how you do everything. So imagine how Walt Disney Corporation is being mismanaged. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what they said. Walt Disney was running RCID like they were running Walt Disney, which is as a failing corporation. They were running it poorly. Their board, Disney's board, like the CFTOD chairman said, is made up of people who don't know anything about the theme park or entertainment business. They know absolutely nothing about it. Therefore, why would they run RCID any other way? They're running it just like Disney. Peter Shell says for 33, look into William Everett Potter, General Joe Potter. He set up RCID and was its president. Admiral Joe Fowler was also president in Orlando, helping set up the Florida Project. I think those are the names of the boats, right? Aren't those the name of the ferries that go over? Am I right? I think those are the names, right? Correct me if I'm wrong there. Okay, continuing on here. Let's go, Brandon says, can Disney afford to walk away from this disaster? Unless they stop being woke without subsidies, people can't eat higher prices. I think the park is toast, right? What do you think the sale value is? I mean, they said that the park value is 85% of the current stock value. And by the way, we talked about this a little bit. I did some interruptions there, but the stock value, as you guys mentioned, it reflects both a proxy war and also there's buffering from mutual fund inclusion. So there's a lot of factors that go into how much is a stock worth at a given point. So just because the stock hasn't tanked on this news, hold your horses, guys. When the mainstream media gets it, and a lot of people mention this, will the mainstream media get it? I am very positive that all of us covering this, all of us that will cover this, channels within the aggregate, millions of subscribers covering this behavior, covering this criminality, this is going to get out there. This is going to be exposed to people that are going to say, oh, we gotta handle this. Not to mention when it's brought by the IG and the Attorney General, the AG and IG of Florida. Remember, the Inspector General is already looking into Disney for crimes. This audit is the icing on the cake to allow the Attorney General to officially file charges against Disney. Those are things that you can't hide in a securities filing. These are things that you need to report. These are things that cannot be scuttled or swept under the rug. Going back here, Is This Live says, more and more the audit sounds like Disney executives watched The Godfather and thought to themselves, that's a great way to run a company. No, not a company, a government. They ran a government like the mafia. Complete control, complete extortion, if you will, or rather corruption of the officials. Yeah. Typhoon sounds like somebody watched Ocean's 11. And then next, TLJ Screwjob says, Ricada. It's never Rico. Well, this time it is. Yeah, this time Rico is looking very much like it can apply. So Nick will have to make an exception to his saying, but I think I can convince him. Really now says, Iger was trying to find Hillary's number. What was the bleach bit thing you used? Thanks, really now. Next, Easy07 says, was the rat just graping everything and everyone, and they were also getting them to pay for it as well? That's what happened. So what they were doing was everybody was paying their taxes, but on their leases, they were charging them for common area maintenance to pay Disney's taxes. So they were getting a double dip. They were getting from both ends of the stick. Insane. Darren Bennett says, Andrew, Legal Mindset is the best in all coverage. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. We are going to be on this as it goes forward, as it goes into the mainstream, as it goes onto other channels, and as this goes into the courtroom. Because, ladies and gentlemen, even if it's just in Florida, even if it's not at the federal level immediately, this is going to end up in the courtroom. I guarantee it. Okay, it is going to head there. Sleeping Dragon says, this is way more interracial Tanyazing than the fourth quarter investor call. Thank you so much. This is much more interesting than most things out there. And we had video, right? I mean, a call is just audio, but this was video live. Guys, make sure you're sharing this out. Feel free to clip my stream. All you clippers out there, clip it to high heaven, use the video, use the audio, use whatever you need to come out there and get the good word out. I ain't striking you. You know, you guys can use my videos as much as you want. I'm going to have summaries out there. I'm going to have shorter stuff out there, clips out there. So stay tuned for all that stuff. Let's Go Brandon says, not touch the kids and the scam would have been completed. They just can't keep their hands to themselves. And then you followed up Sleeping Dragon with spelling it right, saying this is more interesting and fun than Disney's fourth quarter investment wallet. Thanks you so much. No, thank you for the super chats. James Winkler says, wonder how this will affect DVC's maintenance fees, taxation without representation. Guys, if it's DVC in Disney World, I would be concerned. I would be concerned. Okay? You don't even know what they're charging you for with DVC. And I've told you guys this. I have an episode. Go watch my video on Disney Vacation Club. You don't even know the bottom of DVC, right? And those maintenance fees, remember, they can just up those at any time unilaterally. You have no protection from those maintenance fees going up. Stephanie says, thank you for following the topic. No, thank you, Stephanie, and appreciate everybody who's been here today. Let's Go Brandon says, I used to enjoy eating smoked turkey legs and then getting absolutely mangled at Epcot. If only they could leave them kids alone. Well, they mangled everything, like they mangled all the Epcot events, like they mangled Food and Wine, right? Absolutely destroyed that event from what it used to be, which was a really cool event. Paula Opina says, the guy named Martin sounds like Chris Gore during a Film Threat live stream. Regards from Colombia. Buenas noches to my people in Latin America. From a simple Miami boy to you guys out there at home. But appreciate all you out there. Whiskey for $1.99 says, I just heard the loudest mouse trap ever. Yes, the rats are being trapped. Change her the ways. Said Florida should repo the parks for this. They can do that. They can place, so all of these unpaid taxes, yeah, they can place that on Disney's property via a tax lien. So this is very much possible. Don't rule that out. I said it during the stream, and I wanted to go further on it, where they can place a lien on the parks. It is nuts. I can explain that more in the future, but the power of that government is strong. Change of the Ways, thank you for also becoming a new member and based in the legal mindset. Paniche's Helicopter Sword says, how does Disney spin and professionally respond to this? Well, they've tried to respond to this by saying, well, it's about freedom of speech. I'm not kidding. They're still relying on freedom of speech. It's not going to work. It's going to get dismissed in the federal court. They're going to get blown out, but they're going to try to spin it by just repeating freedom of speech. Like the kid that sticks their fingers in their ears and is like, nah, you can't hurt me. That's Disney. Lisa L for $4.99 super chat says, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Got you there. Aaron says here, I can't wait to see how the Walt Disney World News Today sprinkles pixie dust on this meeting as a win for Disney. No, they're just going to parrot the Disney talking point of, oh, this is free speech. This is political prosecution. No. What's happening to Trump is political prosecution. This is the worst corruption in modern American history. This is the most perverse government that ever existed in America. Midnight's Edge After Dark says, get your butt over here. We need you, Batman. I need to read my super chats, and I, unlike Valiant Renegade, do it in an expeditious manner. So hold your horses, Tom. We'll be over there when we get there. Torta Victus says, I wonder how past employees, officials, executives will be on the line if they're criminal indictments. Who rats on the rat? Guys, you know somebody's going to turn state's evidence. Somebody out there is going to narc. And it seems like they don't even understand the relationship between the entities. They don't understand that RCID and Disney aren't the same thing. They don't understand what the hell is RCES, the Reedy Creek Energy Services. They don't know whether that's a government, a subsidiary, a separate entity. They have no clue because they've been kept in the dark. They've muddied the waters intentionally. Somebody's going to rat. Bob A for 5 says, not only did Disney enjoy decades of unfair competitive advantage, but they also fell into a funding trap with BlackRock because they were shit on their finances. Yes. And on top of that, now they've messed with institutional investors that invested in the bonds. See, the bonds are a real problem for them. They lied to institutional bondholders. These people are people like JP Morgan, right? BP, Oppenheimer. These people don't mess around. You've now messed with very powerful people that they're going to come after you for screwing them. DVC needs an audit based on the RCID criminality. Guys, we don't know how deep the rat hole goes. We have no clue. And like Mexican Iron Man said here, where is Price Waterhouse on this? They've been in bed with Disney since the 30s, and they didn't cover any of it. A bunch of lying, sellout, skeleton tax accounting burying motherfrackers. Absolutely. And look forward to doing a stream with Mexican Iron Man. He is going to go full mariachi band on these guys. And I mean that in the most savage way. I also want to send a special thanks over there on Locals. I know Locals was glitching out a little bit, but I had an earlier tip that I want to show here for you guys from Locals, and appreciate all my Locals subscribers for sticking through there. Uncovered Lamp for 5 says, holy moly, this is crazy stuff. I doubt even Thanos could snap his fingers and make it go away. I marvel at the level of corruption. The CFTOD paradox. This isn't Mickey Mouse stuff. Yet it is. Thank you so much for that over there on Locals. And appreciate all you guys also on Rumble as well. All you guys sticking around and being based chats and Stacy's. But that's it for now, guys. We are going to have much more on this. Go over and check it. In fact, I'm going to do it right now because I will go on that channel afterwards. So I'm going to redirect you guys to if I can type this correctly, if my computer actually likes me, to Midnight's Edge, because I will be over there after I am done. And yeah. So guys, go over there and check that out. I'm going to hit the head and catch you guys on Midnight's Edge. See you over there.